I apologize for the late start here. I'd like to call the meeting to order. City Clerk, would you do a roll call of council members, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mayor Robert Parkhurst.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Christine Lowe.
Present.
Councilmember Edward Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Jean Goss.
Here.
And Councilmember Kelly Creeps.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great. Councilmember Creeps, would you do the Pledge of Allegiance and Inspiration?
Sure. Please stand if you're able. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're getting a late start and I anticipate a long meeting, so we're gonna have a quick inspiration. You'd think maybe with Labor Day coming up, we would celebrate the end of summer, but I think the weather just figured out that it is summer, so we'll maybe postpone that celebration until hopefully not too late until October. Instead, I just wanted to do some welcoming. We can welcome the new school year. We can welcome the return of high school and college football, and because I'm hugely outgunned here, I will say go Bruins. We can welcome back our council from our summer hiatus, and I especially wanted to extend a new welcome to our new city manager, Mike Bruckner. This is his first city council meeting as city manager, although he did start and got a nice headwind before this meeting, so welcome. Thank you. And welcome to all of you tonight in person or online. Welcome to the work of the city, which is really never on hiatus, so thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next up is the meeting agenda. I would like to make a modification to the agenda.
As would I, so.
All right. Why don't you go first?
I need to move the, sorry, just give me 1 second. I need to move item G on the consent calendar to discussion, just because I need to abstain.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Just wherever you want to put it is fine.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking. I was just okay. We can move it to discussion, or we can move it. Can we separate the consent into two items?
Or that's fine too.
You can make a vote and just abstain from G if that's the only concern, and unless you want to have additional discussion, if you want to just abstain from voting for that one, you can keep it on consent and just abstain from that.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Fine, that's fine.
Great. And then in discussion number 2, the traffic surveys and traffic studies report. In this one, because we have votes on it, I think we need to bifurcate it into 2. For the intersection at East Grandview and Cannon, have that as a separate item, have that as a second item, and I will have to recuse myself from that vote.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, you're asking to have both heard tonight on the
Yes.
agenda? Okay.
Yeah, have everything heard, and have we can have so if Alex can just weigh in, we can have the presentation on everything, but then when we start questions, we do the questions with Grandview and Cannon as a second item, and then discussion and vote.
Okay.
Alex, did you get that?
I didn't quite hear it. Can you repeat the question?
It was the mayor's request to bifurcate the discussion item on the traffic studies.
Right. So you can bifurcate the discussion on the traffic study. The portion, if I understood what the mayor said correctly, you can have the presentation before the entire council. But when it comes time for questions, that portion should be split up. So if the council can just reserve their questions for the portion of the conversation that pertains to the mayor's conflict of interest, then we can divide that conversation starting with the questions portion of the agenda item.
Affirmative.
May I?
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Mayor? City Attorney Garagosian, just to clarify, it will be one presentation, one report, one presentation, but 2 separate votes.
Yes.
And question
Tuesday.
section.
two separate questions, two separate discussions, two separate votes.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment too.
Yes. So at the time of, so it would be, we would do questions. Yeah, we would do questions, public comment, discussion and vote for everything but Grandview and Canaan, and then the same thing, questions, public comment, discussion and vote for Grandview and Canaan.
Might I suggest then, when we come to the portion of public comment, we express why, for one, as well as two, how questions and comment should be separated for the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason is I have a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
And we can go through the details of that, but
Thanks.
yes. Okay. So then if there's, so then at this point, I would entertain a motion for the adoption of the modified agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right. Attorney Garagosian, can we get a report out from closed session?
Mayor, the city council met in closed session to one, conference with labor negotiator under Government Code Section 54957.6. Two, again, conference with labor negotiator under the same code section. And three, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. For all three agenda items, no reportable action was taken.
Thank you, Attorney Garagosian. All right, now we've got the approval for the minutes for the July 8th special meeting. Madam City Clerk, did you receive any requests for modifications?
Mr. Mayor, the city clerk's office did not receive any comments from the city council.
Any from the dais? Then I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of July 8th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now we have the minutes from the July 8th meeting, so the regular meeting. Madam City Clerk, any changes?
Same, Mr. Mayor, no comments from the council.
Any from the dais?
Nope.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up, approval for reading resolutions and ordinances by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mayor and City Council reports. Who would like to go first?
I'll go. I'll try to keep it quick. There's a lot of people here, a lot of presentations. I did attend one meeting of the Finance Ad Hoc Committee. It was generally the ad hoc committee meeting our city manager, for the most part, talking about the vision and the scope of the revenue ad hoc committee. We did not have any senior community commission meetings. Those were dark over the last 2 months, I think now. We'll be seeing an item about them on the agenda later. Also, I was not able to attend this Chamber of Commerce meeting. I'm a liaison with the Chamber, but I think I did talk to the chair and vice chair, and the big, I think, thing that came out of that was the Chamber is now considering not having the Winter Wonderland on the same night as Small Business Saturday. It would probably be the following weekend, whether or not Saturday or Sunday. I don't know if that's decided yet, but I think that was
Friday.
a big discussion. Friday or Saturday, yeah. And that concludes my report.
Great. Who would like to go next?
I'm sitting next to you. I'll just go. So the mayor and I met with the Sierra Madre Rotary Board on July 10th, and they were asking what some of our goals are and how we can help facilitate one another and collaborate to bring our city great business. And so I highly encourage people to really check out our Rotary Club. It's one of our thriving groups that could really be enhanced with all types of business and participation in town, not just business. On July 12th, I was a judge for the Youth for Mayor Speech Contest, and this was fantastic. We had middle schooler and high school kids competing against each other for a campaign speech on candidacy for mayor. And they had their goals, their agenda items that they were focusing on, and it was a fantastic event. It was students all the way from La Cañada, Sierra Madre, Pasadena, Duarte, El Monte, all the way across our whole region. So I'm hoping they're going to be bringing that back next year. It was a really great event. So all of our participants did very well. On July 15th, we had the mayor's breakfast, and I'll let you talk about that, but that was a very fun event. July 17th is we had the Feed the Children Resources Rally with Niagara Water at the YMCA. And we had tons of participants coming right before school started, where the Feed the Children organization came and fed a lot of the people that had still been homeless and were just now finding their homes after the Ayton fire. So that was a great event. And let's see, only other highlights is on August 7th through 9th, I attended the National Women's Political Caucus, and we were met with different leaders from Missouri, Texas, New York, California, and other states, and really looked at what litigation was going on across the country and kind of how we can help as women, help support other women and LGBTQ persons towards candidacy for the next upcoming elections.
Great, thank you very much. Why don't we just keep on going? Councilmember Goss.
Fairly modest report, I guess. I did have the pleasure of attending 2 planning commission meetings on July 17th and August 7th. Not a whole heck of a lot to report, except significant work was done in both meetings on an issue we're looking at tonight on our agenda, the Municipal Code text amendment amending the discretionary demolition permit. And thank you to Mayor Pro Tem for sitting in for me last week. I couldn't make that meeting where they finished up on that project. Today I did get a chance to meet with staff and our mayor and members of the Council of Governments. I can see some of them are here today. And we were doing some prep for a meeting the mayor is going to be attending next week with the Council of Governments EENR committee, where we're going to try to talk about some joint action through the COG having to do with wildlife and especially bears. So hopefully that'll go well next week. That's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Creeps.
Thank you. So just a few things. I attended National Night Out on August 1st, along I think with some other council members who maybe forgot, given our long layoff. I did really appreciate the combination of the event with our movie night, because I really think that created a nice synergy for both events, and I thought that was a really great use of our limited resources. So I thought that was a really great accommodation of both of those events, and it was just really well attended and a very family friendly event, and it was just great to see all the little kids running around and interacting with our public safety personnel as well as other folks from the city. So that was great. I did attend the Library Construction Committee meeting on the 5th, filling in for Councilmember Goss, and got some updates on where they're at with the various construction streams of work at the library, and there was a fairly robust discussion amongst the Library Foundation and the Friends about their fundraising efforts for all of the non-structural elements, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and they are really doing a great job raising money for that, because obviously we don't want to have a brand new building that's empty of shelves and desks and chairs and books. So that's really going along well alongside the construction very well. And I did also attend the first meeting of the San Gabriel Valley COG's 2028 Olympic Games Ad Hoc Committee, which was really interesting. And excited to be part of that, and just some really great discussion around how we can maximize the opportunities presented by the Olympics in 2028 specific to the San Gabriel Valley. And it was really exciting to hear all of the various events that will actually be hosted in our region. In fact, someone made the point that the 2 most popular sports in the world will be hosted here in the San Gabriel Valley. The Rose Bowl will be hosting the men and women's soccer semifinals and final games, and the Pomona Fairplex will be hosting cricket. So there's just there'll be a lot of opportunity with respect to folks coming to our area to participate or attend those events. So lots of discussion around how to create neighborhood events, and some of the precedent set in the Paris Games about neighborhoods and cities putting on viewing events and really using it as an opportunity to not only bring out the residents but also promote their cities. So that's lots more to come on that, but that was a great experience, and it was just a really well attended meeting, representatives from across the San Gabriel Valley. So that was more to come on that, and we're actually going to meet monthly for the next couple of months and really try to make some progress, because we are, as of the meeting, which was on August 12th, we are 35 months out from the Olympics. So, and that's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right. As Mayor Pro Tem said, there was at the band shell that we had a contest for mayor speeches, and I got to give the kickoff. And I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for being on the panel, and I echo what she said. It was really good speeches, really thoughtful. I don't know how you chose the folks on it, because there were some really amazing people there. July 15th was the mayor's breakfast. I want to thank everyone who attended. It was a really great opportunity to thank all of the hard-working men and women here in the city and everything that they're doing and everything that they have done to help keep the city safe, especially in this last year. So I want to echo again, thanks for all staff's help and everything that they've done here. July 16th, along with Councilmember Garcia, was the Ad Hoc Revenue Committee. I have nothing more to add on that. We just followed back to back with the Natural Resources Commission, at that we started to kick off discussions about bears. Was one of the items on the agenda there, and giving them an update on some of the work that we're doing around bears, which leads into the next item that I have. Is on August 8th, we had a lunch and learn bear workshop for cities within the San Gabriel Valley. We had about 12 or so different cities that attended, probably about 30 people in total. This also included representatives from the COG, and thank them for being there and supporting our work there, as well as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I think there was a really strong consensus coming out of this that cities within the San Gabriel Valley want to consider how we can keep bears wild and keep our residents safe. So, and I want to thank staff here, particularly Eric Lozick, for the great presentation and all of the work he did in pulling that together. It was a really successful event. On August 15th, the Clean Power Alliance had a request for offers around innovative technologies. The group discussed really innovative proposals for energy. My favorite is around hot rocks, which is basically being able to use energy when there's excess to heat up rocks, and then use those rocks to create steam, to create energy later on. And so these are kind of the next cutting edge worth of technologies that could come to us to generate electricity. August 21st was another CPA meeting, nothing to report from that. And then just earlier today, we met with the COG to follow up on the bear workshop and chart a course forward, and a senior analyst, Carlson, and myself will be presenting before the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee of the COG on September 3rd. I'll switch now to city announcements. So we've got exciting news around pickleball. So the Sierra Vista Pickleball Project is underway. Construction began on August 4th and will continue through mid-September. The installation includes 8 custom pickleball court areas with structured dividers for court separation. And so we're doing this to meet that growing demand of pickleball. Along with the courts, there's going to be site lighting improvements and upgrades to the surface, as well as to help create a safe play experience and enhance the park aesthetics and safety. So on September 12th, come enjoy a back-to-school night movie in the park, a Minecraft movie. It's at 8 p.m. in Memorial Park. My daughter watched it on one of our recent flights, and she was laughing and giggling the whole time. So she enjoyed it, and she's like 18 years old, so I think other youth will particularly enjoy that one. Come join us for a celebration of Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month on September 20th in Memorial Park. It's from 4 to 8 p.m. There'll be live music and entertainment, Latino food, craft vendors, and more. We have the Mount Wilson Trail Race 5K Recovery Run, Saturday, October 4th. Registration is required. Sign up at www.runsignup.com. Flyers for all the events are on the back table, including the cards here for the Mount Wilson Trail Race. All right. With that, we'll go on to the Public Participation Code of Conduct. This is on the back of all of the yellow comment cards in the back of the room. Since we're coming back from break, I'm going to read it so it's all fresh in our memories. Your participation is welcome and invited at all City Council meetings. The Council requests that participants refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, or disruptive remarks. A person who continues to disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting after being warned by the mayor or designee to cease the disruption may be precluded from further participation in the meeting. No signs, posters, or other large objects shall be brought into the council chambers or other meeting place if doing so would disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly course of the meeting. All right. We now come to the point in the agenda for public comment for any item not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any comment cards for items that are not on the agenda?
We do, Mr. Mayor, and we also, in advance of this meeting, received electronic public comment. It was sent there were 2 emails on items not on the agenda that were received by the city clerk's office and forwarded to the city council prior to this meeting. There are a number of speaker cards also received. The first of the bunch is from board member Tina Fredericks.
Good evening, council member. Good evening, Mayor Parkhurst, Mayor Pro Tem Lowe, and council members, and welcome, Mr. Bruckner, for your first city council meeting. I'm going to try to make this quick, but we're very excited to start the school year. Glad that my kids are in school and we can get back to the routine. You guys, hats off to you. You guys are nonstop. We at least have July off. But anyway, I'm here because coincidentally you're talking about traffic study. Well, my topic is about traffic. I've received several emails from parents at Sierra Madre Elementary about the safety of the intersection at Highland and Auburn. Previously, as I understand, teachers would voluntarily be out there with the, to help with the crossing of children and directing traffic. And as you know, we are understaffed. We've cut a lot of staff, and there's just more demands on teachers nowadays. So we really don't have anybody out there. We do have on Highland and Hermosa, we have an aide that really is not his job, but he is out there with the stop sign. So that intersection is fine, but there's nobody watching the Highland and Auburn intersection. I was there this morning with Dr. Makeso, a principal, and yes, there's the car line butts up against that intersection, and there's another school there that draws traffic, and it's really just 15 minutes, 7:35 to 7:50, where all the kids come, the parents are walking their kids. And if there was just an adult there, even me and Dr. Marqueso standing there, it really helps. I did see a police car go by, so they are circling, I guess, during the beginning of the year. But so we need a short-term solution to help keep it safe in the intersection, and a long-term solution, possibly asking the city to provide a crossing guard for just a really limited amount of time. Would make a huge difference for the safety of our kids and families. Maybe you're familiar with that area, but yeah, a little goes a long way. I have emailed Miss Malfitano, and she was really nice and responded to my email. She gave me contact information, and I can ask her to forward the email that we've been going back and forth on. So hopefully we can together collaborate on a safe solution for our community at Sierra Madre Elementary. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Yeah, and we've obviously also received similar concerns, and we actually had a group of parents come in our last meeting before we went dark for the summer, raising those concerns at the end of the school year. I just have a question about the partnership between the school district and the city. You may not know, but our city is actually facing a pretty severe fiscal problem, and I know we just voted 2 funding measures that were approved for the school district. Is there not money in the school district's budget, especially all of the additional taxes that we're now paying, to provide crossing guards for the 15-minute period that you're talking about?
As we reported earlier, recently, we're facing a $30 million deficit, annual deficit. So we are, even with the $5 million annual parcel tax revenue that thankfully the voters passed, it's still not enough to increase our staff. We're cutting them. So yeah, I know it
So
doesn't.
the follow-up to that would be, the two bond measures, you wouldn't be able to use any money from the two current bond, the one that just passed and the one prior in 2020, those monies can't be used either?
So just for the record, this is a public comment, and but I will entertain the question. Bond goes for facilities, so we can't take that to pay for positions, unfortunately. That's really, yeah, that's just part of the bond law. Those are good questions.
Forget
Thank
some
you.
money.
Thank you.
We could continue the conversation via email. Thank you so much.
Madam City Clerk, who do we have next?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Ashley Bonenhunt.
Good evening, council members. I'm here to speak about concerns regarding the automated downtown parking enforcement program. As you're aware, on May 27th, council approved to authorize staff to negotiate terms with municipal parking services. The program has since been renamed Support Local Access, and per Sierra Madre PD social media, with the goal of downtown safer, which on its own as a title is a pretty misleading title when it's about park enforcement. Since that May approval, I've been lucky enough to attend 3 meetings regarding the safety sticks. 2 meetings were specifically for business owners on June 12th and August 8th, followed by a community meeting on August 14th. For all 3 of these meetings, only a 2-day advance notice was given. Turnout was exceptionally low, and although all attendees of the first meeting left contact info with Sierra Madre PD, we were not notified of subsequent meetings. As a resident and business owner, I have deep concerns about the lack of transparency and planning for a program that would drastically alter our downtown district. From starting at 8 safety sticks to then ballooning up to a whopping 200, no forethought in the overall effect on local businesses and the city's lack of full research on a company with which we have a potential contract. A simple Google search shows MPS having not only an F rating with the Better Business Bureau and over 40 complaints in recent years, but also a pending class action lawsuit about driver data privacy violations. I ask that the city take a step back from moving forward with the pilot program, agendize this matter for a more meaningful community conversation, and as stated in the May 27th agenda, I would love to see a truly comprehensive community outreach plan regarding the parking and enforcement changes to our town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Ally Everett.
Good evening, honorable council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am also here to speak about the automated downtown parking enforcement pilot program, currently referred to as the Support Local Access Pilot Program. As a Sierra Madre resident, an attorney, and a certified access specialist with over 10 years of working on disability access compliance for local government, my 3 primary concerns about the program are: 1, the impact of the parking sticks on pedestrian facility accessibility, specifically the requirement to maintain 4-foot sidewalk clear width; 2, the vendor municipal parking services ability to comply with the ADA requirements for web and mobile app accessibility and ADA requirements generally; and then 3, the lack of transparency at the public input meetings that the prior speaker referenced about the actual cost of the program. It is simply untrue that there is no cost to the city for this program. The revenue may offset the cost, but the cost still exists. I also agree with the concern about the renaming of the program being misleading to the public, but I will set that aside for the remainder. To address the 3 concerns and ensure that you as council members have the information necessary to make an informed decision about the pilot, I would like to recommend that the staff include in their report back to you the following information. 1, the results of an accessibility assessment identifying which restaurants will lose any portion of their outdoor dining, and or if they have an existing permit for outdoor dining, if that placement of this safety stick at that location wouldn't be feasible, so that you can make the corresponding reduction in the total number of sticks planned to be installed and adjust the revenue projections accordingly. 2, include in the report where the parking sticks will be stored when they are removed for community events, filming, or other reasons, who will be responsible for moving them, and how the city will ensure that the storage location does not impact pedestrian facility accessibility. And then 3, include the status of the vendor's compliance with all 50 conformance criteria in the web content accessibility guidelines, both for its public-facing website and its app that the customers would interface with. And for any criteria that are not met, identify which exception in subpart H of the ADA requirements would apply. And that's for the city's own protection. And then indicate in the report whether the vendor or the city will be responsible for coordinating and paying for disability accommodations. For example, if somebody who is deaf has a question and cannot use the vendor's automated phone system, will they be directed to the city for services, or will the vendor modify its policies to provide services to that individual? And finally, include in the report a breakdown of projected costs for the pilot compared to the anticipated revenue, taking into account the updated number of sticks that may be impacted by the outdoor dining comments from earlier, and also takes into account MPS's statement that citations decreased significantly after the first 90 days. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is from Bob Spears.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, esteemed staff, I'm Bob Spears, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Mount Wilson Trail Race. For background, you know that on January 7th, we had a Eaton fire burn through our access to the mountains. It pretty much destroyed both the Mount Wilson Trail and the Bailey Canyon Trail. A team of volunteers have been working tirelessly to try to restore that. A quick update is that the atmospheric river following the fire actually removed giant sections of the trail. And just so you know, this is a rock mountain, not a dirt mountain, and so it went all the way down to bedrock. And so we are coming up with ways of engineering, putting in rebar, putting in place some structures that will hold the trail to the side of the hill. But the end of the story is that the U.S. Forest Service has closed access to the forest until December 31st of this year. I don't put a lot of hope in that. Well, I put some hope in that date because in the Bobcat fire, they closed Chantry Flat for 3 years. So they have the option of, but we are working to make sure that in the event that the forest is open, that by that time, by the end of this year, we hope to have the trail restored in enough so people can use it again. But once again, it's going to depend on the Forest Service granting access. The trail in Sierra Madre only goes up 1.25 miles, and then we don't expect people to turn around and come back. They're going to go where they're going to go. So, in response to that, the Mount Wilson Trail Race is, rather than sitting this year out, the Trail Race Committee has pivoted in putting together an event that has 3 objectives. The first is putting out a healthy and fun race. Second, to raise awareness of the significant amount of work that has been done and needs to be done to restore the trails. And then finally, to raise the awareness of the Fletcher Fund Maintenance Fund that we draw on to buy supplies and tools in order to do the restoration. So this is going to be a completely different kind of race. It's going to be run through the city. It's open to everyone. It's a 5K. It's a fun run 5K so that all of us can participate. Young and old, the unique course starts at the same place, same time as the course in the past. Only this time it's going to go up to Carter, go over. We're going to look at the Bailey Canyon site and then come back and look at the Mount Wilson site and come back down. So it's across the upper section of Sierra Madre, but it is for everyone to walk and enjoy. It's not going to be it's not going to be the same level of competition that we have normally when we run people all the way up to Orchard Camp. And my time is up, and the next person up is Sue Spears.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Sue Spears. I'm on the Mount Wilson Trail Race Committee, and as Bob said, this is the one opportunity that community members have to get a Mount Wilson Trail Race shirt without actually being on the trail. So that's pretty cool. And registration, the council members, there's cards that are at City Hall. We have them in the city. We gave them to the city council members today. And we would encourage everybody to participate. And you could be 5 years old and you can still get a Mount Wilson Trail Race shirt this year. It's going to be really, really fun. And we're going to have the same events at Kirsting Court. We're going to have our vendor booths. We're going to have a photo booth, our beer garden, and it's really going to be a time. We're going to have our Kids Fun Run, the Kids Fun Run, which starts at Kirsting Court and goes up to Baldwin. There's one for the students, the children that are ages, I think 3 through 7, and then 7 to 13. And that's free. But you do need to register ahead of time. We really encourage people to come and celebrate together. It's again, we're going to have our pizza, and it's just going to be a really fun community event. It's on October 4th. And registration is open now and will continue open up to race day. So we encourage everybody to come. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, we do have some really lovely posters. The Mount Wilson Trail Race Committee works really, really hard to raise money from our community partners and businesses in Sierra Madre, and so this offsets the cost to the city. And we have the support from the Boy Scouts help with our water along the course. We have the Civic Club, the Sierra Madre Civic Club, the Sierra Madre Women's Club, and other organizations that are going to be out supporting our event. So anyway, thank you so much.
Wait, Mr. Mayor?
Before you go,
Sure.
So if folks want to donate in lieu of or on top of participating in the run itself, how would they go about finding donations to the Fletcher Fund?
So 2 ways for the Fletcher Fund. If you're registering for the race, there's a separate section, separate and apart, that people choose to, that can make a donation to the Fletcher Trail Maintenance Fund. And then another way is if you go to the Sierra Madre Community Foundation website, you can donate to the Fletcher Fund is there. For those that don't know about the Fletcher Trail Maintenance Fund, that was started over 25 years ago. It's the vehicle that neither the city nor the Forest Service pays any money for labor or materials for the maintenance of the trails. The only reason that the trails are even open and available to the public at any time is because of the volunteers, but it costs money. And materials, as Bob said, they have to buy rebar, they're buying all kinds of tools, and that's through community volunteers. And actually, the community volunteers through the Fletcher Fund is what paid for the gate at Mount Wilson Trailhead. So it's really a great community partnership. So thank you very much.
I want to thank you and Bob for all of your work, not only on the race, but on all the tireless hours of trying to repair that trail.
That's Bob and his team. I can't take any credit for that. But I do write really nice thank you letters. So if you
Thank you, Bob. Yes, who's next?
Mr. Mayor, the final speaker card is from David Gordon.
David Gordon. I'm the president of the board of the Sierra Madre Playhouse. I'd like to welcome the new city manager. I'll be in touch so that I can give you a personal tour of the Playhouse and explain in more detail its importance to the city. We actually bring something like 10,000 people a year to the Playhouse for our various performances. And no more than a quarter of those are actually from Sierra Madre, so we're bringing people into the city. So what are we? We are a performing arts center. We used to be a theater that just puts on plays. We still put on plays, but plays are just one of the many art genres that we do. Since the building started life as a movie theater, we've brought back movies and we continue to show silent films. One of the few buildings actually in the world that was showing films in 1924 and is still showing films 101 years later. We also do a variety of music. We have an incredible jazz series. Nearly once a month we have a special jazz program curated by a jazz legend from Sierra Madre, Greg Perret. We have a series of Indian classical music, which you might not think would be terribly popular here in Sierra Madre. It tends to sell out. This Sunday, we have a performance from Street Symphony. This is a musical group led by Sanjay Gupta, who used to be the lead violinist of the Los Angeles Philharmonic, who takes his musical group to homeless encampments and prisons and to people who don't usually get to hear classical music. We have got a dance series. We also have a series of conventional classical music. On Friday night, although I lived in England for 61 years, I never heard a performance of Elizabethan religious music. I had to be here in Sierra Madre to hear a fine performance of Elizabethan religious music. So that's what we have. We have something quite extraordinary in Sierra Madre. We are noticed by the Los Angeles Times. We've had 2 reviews in the last year of what we're doing. And we are establishing a reputation as the most exciting, intimate performing arts center in Los Angeles, and it's here in Sierra Madre. So as I say, I'll be in touch to arrange for you to get a more thorough briefing. Since your last posting was in Culver City, a city that has a very progressive attitude to bringing in art and culture and design, I'm looking forward to working with you here in Sierra Madre. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Mayor, we have no other speaker cards.
Great. All right, then we'll move on to our next part of the meeting, which is presentation. And so tonight we have the pleasure of welcoming the new San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments Board President, Ed Reese. Mr. Reese.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. As introduced, I'm Ed Reese, and I'm proud to represent the City of Claremont and honored to serve as the new president of the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. Tonight, I'd like to share how the COG brings cities together to tackle challenges, deliver results, and make our region even stronger. Next slide, please. The COG is truly a partnership. It brings together 31 cities, 2 county supervisorial districts, and many local agencies across the San Gabriel Valley. Our mission is simple but powerful: to give our region one strong, unified voice, to deliver projects that improve transportation, housing, and sustainability, and most importantly, to improve the quality of life for nearly 2 million residents who call the San Gabriel Valley, and in part, this great city, their home. This collaboration is what makes us stronger than the sum of our parts. Next slide, please. Of course, a mission this big requires leadership. That's where our executive committee comes in. I'm proud to serve alongside a group of committed local leaders, each chosen by their peer, to help guide the COG's priorities. They help set the direction, review policies, and make sure our work reflects the needs and values of our member cities. In short, the executive committee and the governing board keep us grounded in the realities of our communities while keeping us focused on the future. Next slide, please. But that leadership extends outward through our policy committees. These committees are where real collaboration happens. They focus on issues that touch every city: capital projects, the environment, homelessness, and transportation. We also draw on the expertise of city managers and working groups so that local voices shape regional solutions. And this is where you come in. If you haven't already, I encourage you to get involved. Your expertise and perspective will ensure your city's voice is heard and your residents' needs are reflected in our regional decisions. Next slide, please. Of course, leadership and collaboration are only part of the story. Implementation matters too. That's where our staff shines. Under the leadership of Executive Director Marissa Crater, our talented team takes ideas and turns them into action. They provide the expertise, project management, and support that make sure our city's priorities move forward. Next slide, please. Let me share just a few examples of what this collaboration has achieved. First, our construction authority. We're the only COG in California with one. We've delivered 19 major grade separations, each worth $100 to $200 million at little or no cost to cities. And today we're expanding to highway improvements, transit facilities, and active transportation projects. Second, SB 1383 compliance. This state law requires us to cut food waste going to landfills. The COG has helped cities triple their business compliance rates and at the same time help food banks to be able to use the food donations they receive by providing them with refrigerators and other equipment. This is a true win-win, where we are helping the environment while addressing food insecurity. And third, Measure M funding. Last year, we directed $36.5 million to 17 San Gabriel Valley agencies for projects to make it easier and safer for people to get where they need to go. These are just a few snapshots, but they show the real, tangible impact the COG has on our communities. Next slide, please. And beyond these regional wins, we also partner directly with cities in unique ways. Specifically, here in Sierra Madre, regional planning. The COG is leading the creation of the Community Wildlife Protection and Recovery Plans. The plans help cities prepare for and respond to wildfires, and the adoption of these plans make the city eligible for critical state wildfire funding programs. Thanks to CAL FIRE grants secured by the COG, this effort is fully funded and free to the cities. We also work on project management. With state funding, the COG is creating a regional handbook of objective design standards to streamline multifamily and mixed-use approvals. 4 cities, including Sierra Madre, receive tailored support, and the final product will be available to all cities. Contract value of almost $250,000 at no cost to the cities. Sierra Madre also participated in the ADU program, which developed pre-approved ADU designs to accelerate housing options. And of course, technical support. Sierra Madre benefits from COG-led compliance programs at no or low cost, including Vehicle Miles Traveled program, which supports CEQA compliance and stormwater projects and studies to help with the Clean Water Act requirements. Now, I shared some specific examples for you in regards to your city, but the bigger point is this. The COG is dedicated to meeting you where you are, to support your local priorities, and while building something larger across the region. Next slide, please. At the heart of all of this is what binds us together, our shared love for the San Gabriel Valley. That is why I launched the I Heart SGV program. It grew from my deep belief that we are stronger when we celebrate our common values and the communities we call home. This program is about bringing our member cities, and through them, our residents, together in a shared pride and appreciation for the San Gabriel Valley. For me, it's also personal. My love of public service is soul-feeding, and this program is a way for me to show gratitude for our region, for our cities, and for the people who make the San Gabriel Valley such a special place to live. The COG exists to serve you, your council, your staff, your residents. By working together, our collective voice is louder, our reach is further, and we can deliver projects and services that no city could do alone. As president, my number one priority right now is listening. I want to hear from you, your needs, your challenges, your opportunities, so that we can make sure that you're getting the most of your involvement with the COG. So please, don't hesitate to reach out to me directly. I'm committed to working with you to keep strengthening the San Gabriel Valley we all love. Thank you for allowing me some time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I'd just like to congratulate you again, Ed, on your victory and being our president.
Thank you so much.
It's the same. Councilmember Goss, yeah, I've known Ed for a few years now through the COG. You've been the first meeting I went to, you were one of the first person to shake my hand. We're in good hands with the COG. The residents don't know a lot of the things that go behind the scenes, and the COG has partnered with Sierra Madre on quite a few things to help this city. So I'm grateful that you're the leader right now, and I saw the slate that's behind you, and we're in good hands going forward as well. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Well, thank you so much. I do have to rush off to Glendora to see that council, so forgive me as I walk out. but
Not a problem at all.
Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
You know what? I apologize. Thank you. Marissa just reminded me. You see the pin that I'm wearing, which is our I Heart SGV pin. I am leaving them with you.
Cool, very cool.
One for each of you. and the
Thank
city manager.
you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening. All right, next up, we've got Chief Barrientos for an update on bears. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Temp and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to inform our community that public safety still remains our primary and our top priority. I'll be presenting an update on bear activity in Sierra Madre. So this is our overall calls for service. If you look, it's pretty consistent to 2023 when we really started gathering data as to our bear activity. I project, based on the decrease of bear activity currently, that we may see maybe a 3% increase compared to 2024, closer to the numbers of 2023. The important one, bear intrusions and attempt bear intrusions. If you can see, that's a big concern. In 2025, we show 66 bear intrusions. However, we had an anomaly in June of this year. Of those 66, 41 were in the month of June only. So although the numbers are pretty consistent when you compare them to the years prior, we had that 1 month where we had a huge increase in bear activity. We had 41 intrusions and 18 attempt intrusions just in the month of June. So moving forward on this chart, you could see where our numbers are significantly, and I mean significantly decreasing. So July 15th, California Fish and Wildlife captured a bear in our area. It was a problematic habituated bear that had some evidence of with DNA, injuries, etc., that was involved in some of our intrusions. Since the capture of that bear, you could see the huge decrease of bear calls for service and intrusions. In the next chart, this gives you an overall picture. So since the capture of that bear, July 15th until Monday yesterday morning, we've only had 4 intrusions in the city since the capture of that bear. And I think this goes to the benefits of working in partnership with California Fish and Wildlife, Sierra Madre, with the communication and collaboration, which has decreased. It's almost become almost non-existent, our bear activity.
Quick question, may I ask you about that? How many specialists or wildlife people come from Department of Fish and Wildlife?
So we have 1 assigned to our region, which I believe covers San Bernardino, Orange County, all of LA County. It's just 1 person who's our biologist.
Was she able to come fairly quickly? Did it take a long time? Or he, I don't even know who it was.
So it's a he, Kevin. They have a very strict criteria as to when they respond and they don't respond. I think we had a multitude during that month of July or June, a multitude of calls for service from various cities in this area that kind of triggered that type of response. And some of those responses were concerning public safety type bear, where some bear or a bear had displayed some aggressive behavior, which kind of triggered their response in collaboration with Sierra Madre and other cities.
Thank you so much.
And overall, so all of our bear activity, we report to California Fish and Wildlife on a monthly basis. It's divided into 5 categories. Public safety, which is the most concerning, meaning entering a home or injuring a person. Conflict bear, displaying aggressive behavior or attempts to enter a home. Habituated, with the heat currently, if you could see, it's actually decreased. And that's bears going into crawl spaces and pools or backyards to keep cool. They like to go into crawl spaces, but if you look at our chart, it's decreased compared to other years. From 23, we had 92, 77 down to 66. And then the last one is no harm, no foul. That's when a bear is seen only. And lastly, the depredation. The bear that was captured, we can see how significantly the numbers decreased and how active that one particular habituated bear was. This concludes my presentation. I can answer questions if you'd like.
Any questions from council?
Just a quick one, and I'm just thinking of, really the way we work as humans, right? So as far as the no harm, no foul type of calls, and I'm wondering if those are important because we had quite a bit, we had a few back in, I think, 2021, my glasses, 2022, and then we had a campaign saying, please, every time you see a bear, call. And so those calls obviously spiked. I don't know if we had more bears or there was a spike in calls, and now it's kind of dropping down, but I'm suspicious that it's more fatigue, human fatigue. We see bears all the time. We just don't call anymore on no harm, no fouls. So I want to know your opinion. Should we still continue? I know it's sometimes a pain to pick up the phone and call 1414, but continue to call on no harm, no foul and report those, or are those not as important as obviously the habituated and or intrusions?
Thank you for the question. So if we look at the chart, it may show a decrease. However, we had an increase in bears entering homes. So it kind of offsets the number.
Yeah, I'm talking specific to like sightings where there's...
I think when it comes to sightings, they should report it to the police department so that we can gather that data to be able to provide so that when we do have a bear that's habituated or active or poses a public safety threat, we have the data to support when we present it to California Fish and Wildlife. So I think it is important. I think we should report any bear activity to the Sierra Madre Police Department.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we get a little bit of fatigue of calling, just human nature, right? So maybe we could, you guys do a great job with social media, just get the word out that still continue to call because it is important for data collection for Fish and Wildlife in the city.
If I may say too, on our Facebook website, there's a link that has all information. It has a little bear up on top that has all bear information, everything that we've gathered from California Fish and Wildlife, from Bear Lovers of Sierra Madre, and information that we've pushed out from the Sierra Madre Police Department to the community.
There's also an email that our residents can email sightings to as well?
Correct.
Wildlife?
Wildlife.
At SierraMadreCA.gov?
CA.gov, that's correct.
Any other questions? I want to thank you for all of your hard work and leadership on this, and please also thank Kevin at CDFW for helping out with this and for being there, for helping us take care of that problem bear.
Absolutely, I will convey that message.
Great. All right, next up, we have our city librarian, Layla Regan. Layla, or Librarian Regan.
Thank you, Mayor Parkhurst, Mayor Pro Tem Lowe, and our Honorable City Council. I'm Layla Regan, your friendly neighborhood city librarian for the Sierra Madre Public Library, and this is an annual report with no action required by City Council. Every year that I have been a city librarian has been a whirlwind, which has been 3 years. But what an exciting time to be a part of the Sierra Madre Public Library. This past fiscal year, which ran from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, the library works solely out of the temporary facility at 350 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. The main challenges we have overcome is space. We operate most programs off-site using other city facilities like the Hart Park House and Memorial Park, even the city council chambers on occasion. The lack of space not just applies to our programs, but also to our collections. We only have 1/3 of our collections currently at our temporary library, and the remainder 2/3 are inaccessible and off-site storage. In addition to our collections, staff is also limited on space, with 7 of us sharing one room with no walls in between us, just hanging out. However, we are looking forward to the future with our groundbreaking event behind us and stakeholders being able to tour the progress of the construction site. We are preparing for an amazing grand reopening, which will happen Saturday, June 6, 2026. You're going to hear that date a lot in this. Here is our organizational chart. We are small but mighty. Our library consists of 12 employees, only 5 of which are full-time, including myself. Our staff often pulls double, if not triple duty, and I am extremely proud of the work that they are doing to engage, support, and be part of this community. And I do want to point out that including myself, we have 5 librarians, which means we have 5 non-entry-level positions that require a master's degree. Our smaller facility didn't hold us back this year. We had more off-site programming, as I mentioned. We used the Memorial Park band shell. We had our summer reading kickoff at Sierra Vista Park. We did our summer science workshops at the Memorial Park Pavilion. And attendance for programs was very strong. We were able to reinvent some of our programs to make them fit. But we brought back a program this year called the Library Open House. I don't have the picture there, but it's coming. We highlighted all the things that the library has to offer at our Library Open House, and over the course of 2 hours, we had 115 attendees in the temporary library, just for that program, which was really fun. Our summer reading kickoff in Sierra Vista Park with Thor's Reptiles saw over 200 attendees. Our summer bubble party with Bubble Mania, Hope the Mini Horse, and face painting from our library board of trustees, thank you Trustee Sands and Gallagher, had 186 attendees. Our biggest attendance is our pumpkin smash with the fire department, which saw 425 attendees, and we smashed over 150 pumpkins. The gingerbread jamboree saw over 200 attendees, and most of our outdoor performers saw an upward of 100 attendees. Prior to the Eaton Fire, our Hike with Bob program, which you see in the far corner over there, was very popular with no less than 10 attendees each time. We kept the numbers low so everyone could hear Bob's tales. And if you didn't get to do it prior to the Eaton Fire, it was a really, really fun program. We had people that would drive. We had one couple that drove out from Palm Springs just to attend the program because they used to live here and they were so excited that Bob was doing the trail. We had 2 very successful annual programs despite impacts from the Eaton Fire. Our One Book, One City program was for the book What You Are Looking For Is in the Library by Michiko Aoma. We had people get creative with their own library stories and published a book called What You Are Looking For Is in Our Library, full of local voices who love their libraries. Our annual bookmark contest had 207 applicants for kids grades kindergarten through 8th. And our annual stuffed animal sleepover, which if you haven't gotten to see the video of that, it is up on our page if you want to look at it. But we had 59 very loved stuffed animals dropped off for a fun time in the library. Amongst all these successes, we were able to add programs like Shelf Stories, which features a book club of a different genre each month, and Sip and Shush, which is our silent book club that takes place at R.T. Rogers Brewery. And that started as a One Book, One City program. Here are some of our fun statistics, and I think we've managed pretty well. The most recent fiscal year from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 is in blue, and the previous fiscal year is in orange. It was an interesting year to say the least, and we canceled quite a few programs in January and February due to the Eaton fire and the subsequent mud flows. When I say we had programs for all, I mean it. We had 246 children and family or all ages programs. We had 23 teen programs and 96 adult programs. Something I find really impressive is that our attendance hasn't really wavered despite the changes that have happened over the last 3 years. In the 2022-2023 fiscal year, we were still at our old location at 440. We had no closures. The previous year we did have COVID closures, but this year we had no closures. And we hosted 435 programs with just over 11,000 attendees. Last year, the 2023-2024 fiscal year, we had our programs dropped to 315 programs. We did have a 6-week closure in there. But we were just under 11,000 attendees at about 10,800. This year, we had no closures, but we were in our temporary location. We did cancel some for the Eaton fire. We had 265 programs with 10,700 attendees. And a lot of this is the ability to have our programs in larger spaces, such as our outdoor. And in our new facility, we do have a specific large programming room. So I'm hoping that that'll make all the difference. The library continues to add to our online databases. We offer Libby for free ebooks and e-audiobooks. Press Reader has free magazines and newspapers. And Press Reader was generously donated by or paid for by the California State Library. Canopy provides free streaming movies and TV shows. Mango Languages allows anyone to learn up to 70 different languages, including American Sign Language. We offer BrainFuse thanks to our friends of the Sierra Madre Library. BrainFuse has Help Now for those who might need a little bit of extra help after school. We also have Job Now for resume building and interview prep, and College Now. And these are all offered free. Also, thanks to the Friends of the Library, we have the in-library use of Ancestry.com. So if you come down to the library, you can access Ancestry.com. And Master File Complete, which is a comprehensive digital resource if you're looking to research anything. In addition to these online services, the California State Library has continued to provide free state park passes. Woo, that was going away, but it's back. They also provided hiking backpacks and kids' mental health kits. We also now have 9 mobile hotspots that you can check out. And we have STEAM kits, robots, launch pads, which are preloaded educational tablets. And for those who want to check out a DVD or CD but don't have any way to play it, we have got you covered, because now you can check out a portable DVD or CD player or a DVD player that you can watch at home. Every month we feature a passive program from the Stick Together Community Mosaic, which you can see there, to community puzzles, I Spy, library hunts, and more. There's always something to do, see, or check out at the library. In the next slide, I'm going to play you a video, and I tested this out. I think I have the audio figured out once it connects. Okay, bear with me.
Moved here last summer, and as we kind of settled into the community, we saw more and more events and amenities brought on by the library. And then I think it was the astronomy event that you guys put on in the park, and we were hooked. So it's been a few months, but we've been steady library goers ever since. So we mostly go on Mondays for the child services. We love baby rhyme time, and Miss Doreen is so calm and cheerful. She always introduces us to new books that came out and has a nice calmness throughout the chaos. I think this library in particular is a connective tissue with the community. And so I'm always impressed by the enthusiasm that the librarians bring to all of the events. You know, everything from offering sewing machines to, I think it's like poles and hiking packs, 3D printing. They have a service dog come in to, you know, spend time with young children. I'm always impressed by just how creative the programming is, and it really brings together the community and brings everyone together face to face. I think you gals have convinced us that you have the best jobs in town just by how, you know, sweet and enthusiastic you guys are we're really grateful to live here in this community and for everything you guys do.
Perfect. It worked. That's the main thing. Our digital engagement has grown this past year, especially around our fun videos like our TikToks, but most importantly around our digital services. Our interactions with the public online and with a new campaign that we have titled Larger Than Books. And this campaign is to get the word out, so to speak, on what the Sierra Madre Public Library truly has to offer. We often hear people learned of our programs on social media or even through Eventbrite. Our social media alone receives a lot of positive feedback. This will be very important during our upcoming closure in this fiscal year while we transition back to 440 Sierra Madre Boulevard. Our digital engagement will ensure our connection to our community. The library is more than a building and much more than books. During the school year, we have weekly class visits from various schools. We seek new ways to involve and support our community, like being part of the Sierra Madre Elementary School PTA STEAM Night. This was our second year participating, and earlier when the little bot was going around, that's the only bot I can make with the cubelets. I call him Disco Bot. He just spins and flashes lights. After the Eaton fires, we heard about Hope the Mini Horse and her story, and were able to connect with the organization that had Hope and bring her into our community as a program. We also hope to host more community events like the groundbreaking ceremony in our new and improved space. We reach out, we partner, we learn, and we grow together. We are always happy to be part of the growing connectedness of this community. You might see a familiar face there, briefly. This community is the reason the library stands in any form. With our limited on-site programming capacity, we have been able to work with other community entities to continue and even create new lasting events. We've had local facilities like the YMCA host our annual Challenger Pool Party for grades K through 8th, who read more than 40 hours over the summer. The Sierra Madre Playhouse held our One Book, One City play, The World's Strongest Librarian. Special thank you to the Playhouse and to Trustee Catherine Addy. The city's other facilities, with the generous help of community services, have hosted performers like Noteworthy Puppets at the Memorial Park Bandshell, our summer science workshops at the Memorial Park Pavilion, and our summer reading kickoff at Sierra Vista Park. Also, we have had our knitting classes, the Human Library, and so many other programs at the Hart Park House. In addition, we partner with local entities like the Police Department for an outdoor story time. You can see Chief there. And National Night Out. The Fire Department, we had infant first aid, story time at the fire station. We helped at the fire prevention. We were at the Fire Prevention Festival, and of course, the very, very popular Pumpkin Smash. As a reminder, we had over 400 attendees, which was a lot. We've had crafts at the Earth Day Festival and partner frequently with the Sierra Madre Historical Preservation Society. Thank you to the organizations, the departments, and the community for continuing to support the Sierra Madre Public Library. Brought it back, the circle. Look how we have managed in this temporary location. The most recent fiscal year, again from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, is in blue, and the previous year is in orange. These statistics not only include checkouts made physically at the library, but our digital checkouts with ebooks and e-audiobooks through Libby by Overdrive, and our online streaming movie service Canopy. With only a third of our original collection, I am extremely proud of these numbers. We had almost 93,000 checkouts this year, which is a little more than what we had last year. It's about 1,500 more than the previous year, and only 16,000 less than when we had our full collection. Keep checking things out from the library, online or in person. One statistic that we no longer show on this report is our patron count. We were not able to install our gates at the temporary library, and though staff tried to head count for as long as they could, it just proved to be too much. So that statistic will return when we're back in our new to us building. I do want to touch on the Eaton fire response. The city sprang into action on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, when a windstorm turned into the Eaton Fire. I became a member of the Emergency Operations Center here at City Hall and worked whatever hours I could and provided whatever I could do to help with the fire and the recovery. Over the course of several days, I made or reposted 72 infographics for the city of Sierra Madre. In my absence, the library carried on with their duties and then some. As you can see, we opened early some days and also opened on a day we're normally closed, which is Fridays. We started tracking patrons that came in during these extended times, and over the course of the Eaton Fire, we served 405 patrons in the library. To accommodate our residents, we added additional charging stations using four full power strips and 2 outlet stations. It is important to note that 7 of the library's 12 staff were evacuated during the Eaton Fire, and staff still reported to work and did what they could to serve the community. Everyone was able to return to their homes Sunday, January 12th, and no staff reported any damage to their homes. After the Eaton Fire, we helped staff the FEMA Local Assistance and Disaster Recovery Center at the Pasadena City College Communities Education Center, that's a mouthful, along with other city staff. And for those affected by the Eaton Fire, we waived any damage fees for those items that were lost, and we waived any fees for replacement library cards. We've also been giving out a lot of new library cards, which has been pretty interesting. The library staff had a very special year, and we got the opportunity to send a majority of our staff to the California Library Association annual conference, which was in Pasadena. It was at the Pasadena Convention Center in October 2024. We were able to close the library on Saturday so that they could attend the full conference. It was an amazing opportunity for staff to engage with other library staff in California, to learn through workshops, sessions, and forums, to learn from different libraries, and to bring back unique ideas to this community. It was this conference that the library began their interest in de-escalation training, and so much so that we brought one of the workshop instructors from the California Library Association conference to the library to give us some specific library de-escalation training. And this led to weekly or monthly practices on de-escalation, and it also led to staff doing self-defense classes, which you can see there, and we partner with local businesses in town to train staff on basic self-defense. We also had a staff member graduate with their master's in library and information science, and while they started their journey at the library as a part-time library clerk, I'm very happy to say that Chelsea Lee is now a full-time librarian at the library. We had a little graduation ceremony for her, and finally, staff was able to be involved in the furniture, fixtures, and equipment selection of the library, so we had a little sit test in downtown, which was exciting. Being able to provide staff with these trainings and opportunities and involvement has provided a rich working environment, and maybe that's why you see us smiling when you come into the temporary library. We want to thank our community and especially the organizations that contribute to all that we do at the Sierra Madre Library. Our programming would not be possible without the Friends of the Sierra Madre Public Library. The library is guided by our Library Board of Trustees. We are fundraising for furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the renovated library, and this fundraising effort is led by the Revived Library Foundation. We receive support from the Sierra Madre Community Foundation for special programs like our summer science workshops, our Walk This Way story adventure, and the Sierra Madre Historical Preservation Society supports our archives. The Sierra Madre Civic Club supports our summer reading kickoff event every year. Other local entities like Kiwanis, Mountain Views News, Women's Club, and more support our annual bookmark contest. We've been able to continue our Tails and Tales program with the help of local therapy dog organization Love on a Leash, and sometimes our very own Miguel Hernandez. We could not be the library we are without the support we receive. I especially want to thank our Library Board of Trustees for their guidance, our Friends of the Sierra Madre Library who have pledged continue to pledge and have pledged $695,000 towards furniture, fixtures, and equipment of the renovated library, which is not being covered by the grants, just a reminder, and our Sierra Madre Library Foundation, who will fundraise additionally. And just thank you for their endless support. I want to touch briefly on the groundbreaking ceremony. I couldn't be happier with the way the groundbreaking ceremony unfolded. It was a wonderful day full of community and conversation, a way to focus on the future of not only the library, but the city as a whole. Thank you to the community that showed up and to our wonderful state, county, and city representatives. It was my first time, but it set a wonderful precedence for our upcoming grand reopen and ribbon cutting, which is happening June 6, 2026, Saturday. In 2022, just a brief background, I know we're all familiar now, but in 2022, the library received grants thanks to the California State Library and former Assembly member Chris Holden's office to renovate our 1955 building. The current renovation is the culmination of 7 previous attempts at a new library, building, or renovation or funding since 1967. After 57 years of effort, we are well on our way to achieving what so many have sought after. A building for this community with full ADA accessibility, a seismic retrofit, an expansion, new HVAC, new plumbing, new electrical, new roof, and a large 100+ person community meeting room. A dedicated climate-controlled archives, a Friends of the Library bookstore, a teen room, and even more than that. Both the Building Forward Infrastructure Grant and the Targeted State Grant need to be expended by March 31st, 2026, and we are well on target to spend $10,669,210. Here is an estimate regarding the remainder timeline for the Library Meaningful Improvement Project. I know it's tiny, so don't worry, I'm going to tell you them. We are on track for construction to finish mid-January 2026. And the hope is for staff to move back to 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard in February 2026. The temporary library will remain open through the end of January 2026, so you can still come and please check out all the books. In January 2026, you'll get to keep them for like 5 months. So in January 31st, 2026, we will close our doors until June 2026. And if you're wondering why it's so long, it's learning to navigate a new to us building and being able to combine our temporary library with the items that have been in storage for over 2 years is going to take a lot of time and attention. We will be opening to the public at 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard in June 2026 with our big grand reopening and ribbon cutting ceremony combined with our summer reading kickoff on Saturday, June 6, 2026. Mark your calendars. For more information about the building and the renovation, the Library Meaningful Improvement Project, you can scan that QR code. It will take you to our transparency page where we have listed press releases. We have posted links to our previous town halls and as much information as you can handle. I'm going to leave it there for just a second. As you can see, it's changing for the better. With a new great building comes great responsibilities. We have this wonderful, safe building with a 5,000 square foot expansion and a south entrance off Mariposa, elevators, stairs, and so much more. However, we are 12 people spread very thin. Again, only 5 of our staff is full-time. Programs on or off-site require 2 staff members, 1 to assist, 1 to run. We will have 3 public-facing desks, 1 in the children's room and 2 at the Sierra Madre Boulevard entrance. We will also have a volunteer-staffed information desk on the first level that you can kind of see there, and we will only have 1 part-time staff in the archives on that first level as well. To properly run this new library, we're going to need additional people. We understand the crisis or the crunch that the city is under. We have looked into alternatives. We are currently applying for yet another state grant that will help cover staffing. But we finally have a programming room, but what if we have to cut programs? We finally have a dedicated team room, but what if we have to keep it off limits? We are a library, but what if we can't order more books? It's people, glorious people, that keep our programs operating, are what allow us to walk the floor and make sure everyone is safe, are what allow us to not only place orders for books, but process the books that come in so we can get them on the shelves. We are nothing without this community, but the building is nothing without people to run it. On that note, the library means so much to so many. Thank you for another year of milestones and celebrations, another year of in-person events and online engagement. Mahalo nui loa. You know I was going to throw that in. Thank you very much. If you want to give the library your 2 cents, we have an online survey to gauge how the library is doing and the direction the public wants to see the library go. So please feel free to scan the QR code to take the survey. It's labeled New to Us Library. And if you have any questions, that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. Questions? Please.
If folks would like to give more than 2 cents, and perhaps a donation to help defray the cost of the FF&E as we've discussed, where should they look for that?
They should go to the newly revived Library Foundation, who the president is sitting here, Rob Stockley, and I believe he is also on the agenda today. But all donations can go through the Sierra Madre Library Foundation.
Great.
The website, like you said, is wonderful resources. I personally use Libby and Mango for Languages. Way better than Duolingo, by the way. You don't learn like the horse is a girl. Like that's what Duolingo says. Mango actually teaches you things that you would actually use in a foreign country. That being said, I just want to say that everybody needs a library card in order to access that. So I just want to encourage our residents to use that resource, our online resource. Go get a library card, use that resource because it's something that we're paying for and it's there for our benefit. So thank you for that presentation, but I really do appreciate those online resources as well.
And not to take you away from our library, but in the state of California, if you are a California resident, you can get a library card at almost any public library. So you can add multiple cards on Libby or anything like that. I have 10.
Well, and I noticed that we have 2 or 3 members of your staff here. We have at least one of the library board trustees, as well as the foundation. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. And I also think we have the person in the audience that was responsible for saving $9,824 by checking things out at the library. So thank you for everything you do, and thank you for the community and everyone here that supports the library.
Thank you.
All right. We are now on to the consent part of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, would you read the consent items by title only?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, the City Council is being asked to consider a number of consent items. The first 3 are resolutions approving certain demands. Consent A is Resolution 25-46, ratifying and approving certain demands. Is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve Resolution 25-46. Resolution B is also the consideration of approving a resolution to approve certain demands. That is ratifying payment of city warrants. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council should approve Resolution 25-47. Consent item C is Resolution 25-48, approving certain demands. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council should approve Resolution 25-48. Consent item D is the award of contract for professional landscape services to Mariposa Landscape, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $169,512, and that's for fiscal year 2025 through 2026. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve this contract. Consent item E is the final subdivision map for parcel map number 83897, a condominium subdivision at 182 West Highland Avenue. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the final subdivision map. Consent item F is a first reading of ordinance number 1467, amending chapter 9.32 noise of Title 9 Public Peace, Morals, and Welfare, and chapter 8.40 landscaping equipment of Title 8 Health and Safety of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council conduct second reading of this by title only and approve ordinance 1467. Consent item G is consideration of resolution number 25-49 regarding the new national opioids settlement. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt resolution 25-49 and authorize the city attorney and or city manager to accept and participate in the settlement agreement. Consent item H, the last item on the consent calendar, is consideration of a letter of recommendation for the Sierra Madre Library Sierra Madre Library Foundation for a $50,000 T-Mobile hometown grant for library meaningful improvement project, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, also known as FFEs. And it is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the recommendation letter to T-Mobile. Mr. Mayor, this concludes my report. Staff is available for any questions.
All right. So now, thank you for all of that. It's not the longest consent that we've had, but it's a pretty long one. Any comments on the item A?
Questions?
I'm sorry, it's any questions, thank you, on item A. I had a question on item A. In there was the precision concrete cutting for zones 1 and 3, the sidewalk repairs. Have we done our due diligence on those sidewalk repairs? I know that, on Baldwin Avenue, I know it's not zone 1 or not zone 3, but there's an area in Baldwin that seems to have been missed and omitted. It's been brought to our attention by one of our residents, and I just want to make sure when we're doing this, we're just making sure that all the troublesome areas are taken care of, because it seems like some of them may be getting missed.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. That is correct, sir. We have done our due diligence with precision cutting services. I know specifically exactly where area you're talking about, sir. There are some areas that go beyond precision's reason why they were hired. This requires, what I'm referring to is removal of the concrete, the sidewalk, the curb, the gutter, compaction of the soil, possibility of maybe removing a tree, cutting into roots, all that. The area that you're talking about, sir, that is on our schedule for October. I say October because that's when I prefer to do pretty much after the hot weather, things tend to cool down, easier on the crews to go out there and pour some concrete.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Well, since we have Director Yanez up there, I wasn't going to ask questions, but I will, if that's okay.
Please. No, absolutely.
So I noticed in one of the warrants, we had a pretty big check regarding debris removal, and I think it said Auburn. Was that the Auburn debris basin, or was that the floral debris basin? And do we expect to get compensation for that?
That was the floral debris basin, sir.
It was floral. Okay.
Yes, paperwork has been filed through the process that we're going through FEMA. Hopefully, we will get reimbursed, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So that was consent item A. Any questions on consent item B? Consent item C. D.
I have a question.
No, go ahead.
Go first.
I was just wondering if we had a sense of whether the new landscaping contract recommendation, the low bid to Mariposa Landscape, how that annual amount compared to what we've been paying under our current landscaping. I just didn't have a sense of, whether it was an increase and by how much.
That's a good question, thank you. Difference is about $2,500.
An increase or? I assume?
Increase, yes,
For over the year or per month?
over the year.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
And while you're up there, I guess.
Well, I think.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You're
My question was very similar also. How often do we go to bid for our landscaping services to see if we're at the right range?
Per requirement, and something we have in place already when I came on board, is every 3 years. It is required per regulation to go out to bid every 3 years. The same contractor may rebid again, and there is a possibility of them getting rehired.
Where are we in that current time frame?
We have this past summer, the former, Merchants Landscape concluded and finished their 3-year in this. That's why we went out to bid this summer.
Oh. So this summer, this is the lowest bid. This is.
Yes, this is,
Okay.
yes.
I thought we were just continuing on with the same contract. Got it.
So just to follow up on Councilmember Krieb's question, so I know that one of the 3 bidders was our current purveyor for landscaping, and you said it was just a moderate increase, but I did notice their bid was approximately, and that's Merchants, right? Their bid was approximately $100,000 more than it was what we paid last year. Do you have a reason for the large increase, or did they give us a reason for the large increase in the bid amount?
That is correct, sir. A big, about $100,000 difference there. Based on my discussions with all the bidders, cost of materials, the requirements that I'm looking for is a 50% use of battery-operated equipment. The city, I would like for the city, and the city is complying with state regulations. I would like to meet the 75 threshold by 2028. So Mariposa was able to offer that 50%.
And regarding Mariposa, are there any neighboring agencies that you know of that use Mariposa, and have you had any feedback about their service and how good their service is?
Great question, sir. Yes, our neighboring cities in Monrovia, neighboring city in Arcadia, along with South Pasadena, and along with the LA. Now, I have trouble with ours. LA Arbor, the tree place down the street here.
Arboretum.
Yes. Aluminum. Aluminum. Yes, sir. So those fine organizations, highly recommended.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So question, you said 75% by 2028. Is that what's required by state law?
That is required by state law. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to have to do it by 2028, so.
We would like to be in the 70 percentile. There is a cushion there, 70%, 72, et cetera, so forth.
Okay, so we're going to exceed the state requirement.
Yes, with bringing Mariposa on board, yes, we will, sir.
Great. Okay. Any other questions on item D? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item E.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just noticed a typo in the parcel map attachment. It lists City Clerk Aguilar as our city treasurer, so I just wanted to make sure that we corrected that before. I assumed when we got to signatures, we would need to make that our treasurer, Sue Spears.
Okay. We'll go ahead and request that change. Item F. Item G. And item H. All right. Then if there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and open up this item for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards for the consent agenda?
We do, Mr. Mayor, and in addition, the city clerk's office received one email for public comment from Catherine Addy. That email was forwarded to the city council for consideration. The one speaker card we have is from Rob Stockley.
And it's not for item G, correct? No, there is no public comment for item G?
That is correct. It's for item H.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and welcome, Mr. Bruckner. Good to see you. On behalf of the Sierra Madre Library Foundation Board, I thank you for agendizing the letter in support of our application for the $50,000 T-Mobile Hometown Grant. Kelsey Peja and Don Dennison have put together a strong proposal with the help of City Librarian Layla Reagan, and your endorsement of our submission will be critical. I want to take full advantage of the full 3 minutes tonight to make another couple requests of you and make an exciting announcement to library patrons and advocates. The first request is to ask for the foundation to be scheduled for your September 9th council meeting agenda to update the community on library construction and the foundation's next chapter campaign to fully furnish and equip the library. The announcement is to share a generous $20,000 matching challenge from the highly esteemed JPL climate scientist Bill Patzer in our audience tonight, a strong and longtime advocate for our library. From September 2nd until October 15th, or sooner if we fulfill the challenge, any donations made to the Next Chapter campaign will unlock up to $20,000 from Bill on a dollar-for-dollar basis. We're calling on the Sierra Madre community to help us meet this challenge. With everyone's effort and support, we'll unlock a total of $40,000 to support the furniture, fixtures, and equipment needed for our new library building, which leads to my second ask. I know some council members have calculated the hourly rate of the $250 stipend paid to Sierra Madre's elected officials, but truly, we all recognize that no one serves on city council for the pay. It's about commitment to our community. That's why I have always thought of the stipend differently, as discretionary funds that can be reinvested in civic groups and projects that make Sierra Madre so special. With that in mind, and inspired by Bill's matching challenge, here's a vision. If each of you contributed 10 months worth of your stipend, $2,500 per person, that would total $12,500. Doubled by Bill's match, it becomes $25,000. Collective impact, a powerful demonstration of City Council's leadership. This would not only give a major boost to the Next Chapter campaign, but also ensure that your names are prominently recognized on the donor wall inside the new library, a lasting reminder of the council members that helped give Sierra Madre the best possible library for the 21st century. Thank you for considering the legacy gift, and I look forward to the chance give a full account of the Next Chapter campaign in a couple weeks. And to answer Councilmember Krieb's question, Sierra Madre Library Foundation.org is where you can find more information and an opportunity to donate, although checks are also gladly accepted.
Will this campaign also be on your website?
Yes. Thank you very much.
So, hey, Mr. Stockley? We have a question here from Mayor Pro Tem.
He answered.
Oh, he answered? Oh, my apologies.
Could you repeat the dates of that campaign, please?
September 2nd until October 15th.
So don't donate yet.
Or sooner if we fulfill it. So don't wait till October. But yes,
make sure you
wait till September 2nd.
Wait till September 2nd. Got it.
Right. Take the Labor Day weekend, relax.
Gather your funds.
Consider how much you're able to give, and this is your chance.
Excellent. Other questions for former Mayor Stockley? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other public comment cards?
Mr. Mayor, we have no other public comment cards.
All right. Is there any discussion on the items on the consent agenda? Then I'll entertain a motion. I think we're going to have to, no, we can entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Minus,
What's that?
minus G?
No?
We didn't separate it, I thought.
I think I can just
We got it.
abstain.
So you can
and-
just abstain from J.
Okay.
All right, so we've got a motion. Do I hear a second? All right, all in favor? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Other than my abstention on G.
Any opposed? All right, there we go. Now we're on to our first public hearing, ordinance 1487. Of course, Senior Planner Wolf.
1484.
Good evening, Mayor Parkhurst and City Council members. Tonight, the City Council will be holding a public hearing for the first reading of ordinance number 1484. This is amending Sierra Madre Municipal Code Section 1760-056 for discretionary demolition permits. So it was just about 2 months ago when there was a discussion on the challenges in historic preservation versus wildfire prevention, and the relationship that had with discretionary demolition permits as a barrier to recovery from the Eaton fire. To reiterate, homeowners need to remove and replace materials due to harmful particulates from the Eaton fire. Home hardening is necessary for community resiliency. Existing historic preservation policies are delaying otherwise over-the-counter permitting by at least 5 weeks, and this tension between wildfire preparation and historic preservation was acknowledged. And to refresh everyone on what a discretionary demolition permit is, to put it very simply, it's a special approval process required before tearing down any structure that is 75 years or older. The process exists to ensure that older buildings, which may be potential historic resources, are properly evaluated and considered before they are removed or significantly altered. For this approval process, the term demolition is broad and applies to all or part of a structure. For example, demolition can mean the removal of a wood-framed window to be replaced by a vinyl-framed window. While some home improvements are not subject to this approval process, typical work that is also includes replacing wood shingle siding for composite materials. So at the conclusion of the June 24th discussion, City Council provided staff with the following direction: to provide exceptions for specific work for the sole purpose of home hardening or hazardous particulates abatement, and then to explore common sense amendments that would make the process more efficient, such as for allowing new fire-resistant materials that maintain historical aesthetics, to provide exceptions for structures which have demonstrable record of exterior alteration since its original construction date, to provide exceptions for demolition, that is both of the following: not necessary to accommodate an addition or expansion and not visible from public view. To also explore providing exceptions for any structure that was built as part of a tract development, to explore providing categorical exemptions for certain structure types, building modification actions, and to explore providing categorical exemptions for certain homes built during the post-World War II housing boom. So on July 17th, the Planning Commission held a discussion on the issues and in the direction from City Council and reviewed a draft amendment prepared by staff. In that meeting, a subcommittee was formed to complete the draft amendments. On August 7th, the Planning Commission held the first public hearing reviewing the draft ordinance that was prepared by the subcommittee. And then on August 21st, the Planning Commission held a second public hearing to review a draft ordinance that was further revised by staff. So I'll be going over the proposed amendments section by section tonight. There are a whole bunch of new sections, but I'm not going to go over any of those that did not receive any changes. And so throughout this slideshow, I'm going to indicate where there are new changes in green text, codified changes in dark blue text, revised changes in light blue text, and removed changes in the red text. And for those in the audience or at home who would like to view the amendments, you can also do so by scanning the QR code on the right-hand side of the screen. This is also included in Attachment A of the agenda report. So to start, there are some new definitions. There are actually more revised definitions than there are new ones. The first is for the altered or demolished is exactly the same as it reads currently, but it includes the word altered. Another revised definition, it actually reincorporates some other language regarding written historic assessments. We're going to be calling that historic resource evaluation report just for the ease of reference. And then we also include a preservation candidate that actually just reincorporates the applicability of structures at 75 years or older as a definition. But the meat of this change is in the fire hardening update. So the fire hardening update definition is where wildfire prevention and historic preservation harmonize. The definition joins two concepts: wildfire prevention, which is building materials approved by the state fire marshal, which is for use in the wildland-urban interface, or alternatives that are approved by the Sierra Madre fire marshal. The second concept is with historic preservation, selecting from those approved building materials that match the style of the existing materials. And that, in essence, is what the definition states. I'll go over how this works, but on the QR code here, we actually have that list of building materials that are approved for use in the wildland-urban interface published by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. So really quickly, I want to go over what new section we're introducing here, which is a pre-application review. That includes a screening for exemptions which can be determined before an application is submitted, and it's based on a discussion between a prospective applicant and one of the city's planners. So also new is the city planner will determine if there is a preservation candidate being affected in the project, and that would just be a review of the structure and what the construction date of that structure is. So if there is a preservation candidate being altered, then the planner will review for exemptions. And the first new one is there demolition that is visible from public view? Second one is a revision of what is currently listed as an exception. Is the demolition limited to the interior walls of a structure? The next one is also reincorporated as an exemption from an existing exception. Is the structure a designated landmark? We also have a new exemption here, is demolition being done for only a fire hardening update. And we're also codifying existing practice, which is asking what was a structure determined ineligible as a historic for historic designation, and is the replacement development project allowed by right? So that is a current practice we have, and if after a written historic assessment is done, it's determined that it's not eligible and the replacement development project is a use by right, then no discretionary demolition permit would be required. So for example, let's think about an exemption where a fire hardening update would take place. And so to demonstrate what reasonably in keeping with the style of existing materials means, let's say that someone wants to get a permit to replace the siding on their early 1900s home. A homeowner would be able to reference the State Fire Marshal approved building materials and find, for example, that James Hardie shingle products are listed. But the homeowner will find that James Hardie shingle products actually come in several varieties, including, as you see on the slide, half-round shingle. Seeing that the existing material is a close representation of a straight-edge cedar shingle, the styles most matching would be straight-edge or individual shingles by James Hardie. With either one proposed, the homeowner would not be required a discretionary demolition permit to replace the existing siding. However, if the homeowner wanted to change the style to staggered edge panel or a half-round shingle, the work would be subject to the approval of a discretionary demolition permit. I'm moving on to the application process. This is largely unchanged, but it is codifying the current process that takes place. And nothing substantial is really changing in this section. It's just being amended for clarification purpose. Public notice and comment period. This section is added to clarify the requirement from the previous section. And so all it does is codify existing standards. We have a baseline standard for noticing on a 14-day period for administrative reviews, and we have an elevated standard for noticing for 14 days prior to a scheduled public hearing before the Planning Commission. This is all standard and being codified in this section. Another new section, which is really just codifying existing language and placing it in a place that makes sense in the code. is the review and approval process. And a lot of this language already exists here. It's just being reorganized into this one place and being codified as existing practice. That written notice of a decision shall be provided to the applicant within 5 business days. Now moving on to exceptions. So some new exceptions in this is going to be demolition that is on a parcel that was developed as part of a residential tract development. There's a revision of existing language that is non-exception but being incorporated as an exception under this ordinance, is where the city engineer finds that demolition is necessary to immediately abate an imminent threat to public health or safety. Another new exception will be the demolition only affects well-documented additions or alterations that are not original. And the last new exception will be for demolition of a structure that does not meet architectural criteria for historic preservation, which is determined by the director. So exceptions exist in this section, intentionally following sections on procedures and indicating procedural sequence. That's a way to imply that upon review of an application and further investigation, as may be required, staff can make findings for exception. Depending on the case, this could involve researching and reviewing historic permitting records or land development records, or even conducting site visits. Another fully revised section now is for certificates of economic hardship. So the current certificates of economic hardship process essentially requires an applicant to spend money just to request to save a little money. The existing procedure references the same procedures required for historic landmarks, meaning public hearings before the Planning Commission and City Council. So it might be undertaken only in dire straits. There are no records of any certificates of economic hardship granted under the current discretionary demolition permit provisions. To remedy that, and essentially have an effective economic hardship waiver, the ordinance would establish the director as the authority and largely relieve applicants of costly burdens. And I do want to note here too that the certificates of economic hardship are handled for designated historical landmarks. That process remains unchanged. So with regard to historic landmarks, the authority will still be the Planning Commission and City Council. The section on findings has also been revised. Instead of making the burden of proof on the applicant, now the director will approve a discretionary demolition permit upon the findings listed. The first new one is for that the application is not subject to exceptions or exemptions. We revised the existing first finding here and simplified it quite significantly in that the structure is eligible for listing or designation. Another revised finding is that the demolition is necessary to facilitate a replacement development project. Finding 4 currently states that it's more vague as to what the necessity involves. 5 has been revised. It shifts the finding on the result of demolition rather than the demolition itself for consistency with the general plan. And removed finding includes public interest, convenience, and necessity require the demolition be undertaken. That was removed due to lost or misunderstood intent and ambiguity resulting. That concludes the revisions, and to close up the presentation, I just want to let the City Council know that the alternatives tonight are to adopt ordinance number 1484, which amends section 17.60.056 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. City Council can also adopt this with modifications, continue the consideration, or reject the consideration. It is recommended that City Council adopt ordinance number 1484, and this recommendation is presented to City Council from staff and the Planning Commission per PC Resolution 25-12 that was passed on August 21st, 2025. Adoption of the ordinance tonight would be through a first reading. A second reading is scheduled for September 9th and forecasted on the consent calendar. Should the City Council conduct a second reading and adopt the ordinance, then the effective date of the ordinance will be October 9th. That concludes my presentation, and if the City Council has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Senior Planner Wolf. Any questions?
Just a quick one. This might be more for our city attorney, if he can still hear us. So there's a lot of references to director, and I looked through the document, and I didn't see a director defined, but there is reference to the director of planning and community preservation. I know for a short time we were actually without somebody with the title director, if you recall. Is that going to cause a problem because this is an ordinance? If we don't have somebody titled director to make some of these judgment calls or come up with decisions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, council member, to answer your question, I believe that the term director, and I'm trying to find it, is defined elsewhere in Title 17. So I'll confirm that point. But in Title 17, the director is always going to be the director of planning. And technically, we're never without a director of planning, in that there's always an acting director. Even when we had a planning manager, the planning manager was effectively our acting director for most purposes. So I don't think the title will be too much of will be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I have one question. So the recent study that was just performed by, what entity performed the historical, was it?
The historical.
Talking about the one they were going around taking pictures of everybody's houses?
Correct.
Yeah.
That was the U.S.
U.S. Forest?
Was it Department of Interior?
It was the National Park Service working with the Department of Interior, yes.
Thank you. Would that assist in some of the planning director's ability to help determine whether it would be a historical value or not?
It can be a document that assists, but before we leverage that document, we want to get consent from City Council to utilize it in that way.
Got it. Thank you.
On the background slide that you have, the first indented bullet under the first bullet, it says explore common sense amendments that would make the process more efficient, such as allowing new fire resistant materials that maintain historical aesthetics. So that was what the direction that was given, is that right? And so that those common sense amendments for the fire resistant materials, are those the ones that are in CAL FIRE's WUI products handbook?
That is correct. So that's part of the historic aesthetics part, and the part that completes that is the definition for fire hardening update, and specifically, do you want to put that on the screen?
Okay. So that's on slide 8. Okay.
So it's on slide 8, and it's under Romanet 2, which reads reasonably in keeping with the style of existing materials.
All right. I was just trying to follow the line through that. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense to me. Great. Any other questions from council? All right, then we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any comment cards for this item on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, the city clerk's office did not receive any emails, nor do we have any comment cards.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back for council discussion. Thoughts, comments?
Mr. Mayor? Yes. I just want to open by really expressing major gratitude to staff and the Planning Commission. This was a lot of work, and they did it while we were dark, and I really think that they put a lot of time and thoughtfulness into what we thought was a pretty complicated issue when we had this discussion, at our last meeting. And I really applaud the methodical and thoughtful way in which the Planning Commission and staff approached this to bring back what I thought was really a fantastic amalgamation of all of the random things we were saying at the last meeting, and really to synthesize it in a way that I think makes a lot of sense. And I really didn't expect us to be able to walk the line between, maintaining respect for our historical preservation while still being, smart about home hardening and resiliency. But I have to say that I think this knocks it out of the park.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Well, I really haven't much to add. I completely agree with Councilmember Krebs. Saw some of those deliberations at the Planning Commission. Don't forget they broke into a subcommittee which did extra work over the summer while we were dark. So yes, this is a fantastic piece of work, and I think I support it 100%.
I was thinking the exact same thing. It's a definite wow. It really well done, well articulated. And as Councilmember Krieb said, it really took all of the random things that we were really thinking and put them into a very straightforward and well done document. So kudos to the Planning Commission, kudos to Senior Planner Wolf for making this all happen.
I forgot to mention during the Planning Commission that I attended, the way presented and the way the document is written is effective because it's in the steps that will be taken as a person comes to the planning department to find out like what did they need to do. And so I really like the logic and how you presented it and how City Attorney helped succinct that. It's logical.
Fabulous. Well, if there are no other comments, I think then we're at the point to entertain a motion for this item.
I recommend adopting ordinance 1484, amending code section 17.60.056 of chapter 17.60.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. We'll move on to the next item of the agenda. This is we need a report from City Clerk on the appointments to the Senior Community Commission to fill the 3 vacant seats.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier this year, the City Clerk's Office, I reported to the City Council that we were anticipating 2 vacancies on the Senior Commission, on the Senior Community Commission, effective July 1st of this year. The 2 vacancies occurred through term outs from Commissioner Kroc and Commissioner Enmark. Both of those commissioners completed their 2 full terms and left the vacancies on the commission. At that time, the City Clerk's Office had received 2 applications for consideration, and the City Council directed staff to return and recruit and continue recruitment efforts to bring forth additional applications. In the meantime, the Senior Community Commission experienced an unexpected vacancy through the resignation of a commissioner, leaving 3 vacancies on the commission and a lack of quorum. And the City Clerk's Office continued recruitment with assistance from the Community Services Commission and was able to collect additional applications. There were 7 applications received in total. Those applications were forwarded to the City Council for review. They were from Teresa Char, in alphabetical order. Teresa Char, Peter Diedrich, Ellen Foyle, Eric Friedman, Andrew Heller, Mia Gadur, and Rosemarie Tolliver. The applicants were invited to attend this evening's public meeting if they so wished. But we're told that it was not a requirement of their application. The City Clerk's Office did hear from Rosemarie Tolliver today saying that she continues to express interest, but was not able to attend tonight's meeting due to a scheduling conflict. The City Clerk's Office is requesting that the City Council consider an appointment, at least 1, but hopefully 3, so that the Senior Commission can meet next week as scheduled. If appointments are not made this evening, then the Senior Community Commission will have to cancel their regularly scheduled meeting next month.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
I see that we've got a number of the candidates here tonight. Do we want to give an opportunity for them to, is now the appropriate time to give them an opportunity to present, or do we want to have council questions on your report first? Process is not clear.
So just one question. I know there was a Leif Cameron that expressed interest. Was there ever an application submitted by that individual?
Councilmember Garcia, city staff followed up with the individual, and we did not hear back.
Okay, thank you.
And then I had a process question as well. This says that this is a council vote, but in the past it's been the mayor's prerogative on the choice. Has something changed? And if so, can you give us background on that?
Yes, the language that is used in the report is from the municipal code. It has been the past practice that the city council provides input and the final decision is made by the mayor. with a vote at the end, and that practice is acceptable if that's the council's desire for the mayor to receive input from the council members. And past practice has also been that the council members will provide the number of votes, the number of candidates or applicants that they feel would be the most suitable, and then from that, a tally is taken, a stick tally,
Right.
if you will,
Got it.
to determine the majority. It's really at the pleasure of the council how it's determined.
Okay.
In the past, it's always the mayor's prerogative, no matter what the stick tally is.
It is, and then the vote is ratified by the council.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's clear on because the process was a little unclear to me. Why don't we have any of the candidates that are here tonight oh, yes.
Just one suggestion,
Yes,
because
please.
we do have two different types of appointments, right? Because we have two full-term appointments for the vacant terms and then a partial. I'm wondering if there are candidates here, if part of their presentation, they might mention if they preferred one versus the other. What is the remaining term of the partial term?
The term left by Commissioner Pergola is set to expire June 30 of 2026. So there's just under a year left of that partial term, and then it would become eligible for 2 full-term seats.
By just expressing interest in remaining, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, so since you listed them in alphabetical order, why don't we go through them in alphabetical order, and Ms. Char, would you like to come and make a comment to the council? All right.
Good evening. First of all, I just want to express my gratitude for the consideration for the Senior Commission. Having now reached senior status myself, and having worked with the senior community for a number of years, I just really feel that I have the passion to advocate for seniors in our community and at large. I have been volunteering and look forward to volunteering some more pretty much since the age of 12. And a lot of that volunteering has happened here in the city of Sierra Madre. I've been able to participate in the boards of Sierra Madre Little League, Pony Cult. I've been on the board of the Pioneer Cemetery, obviously Sierra Madre Historical Preservation Society, the Sparrow Foundation, and the Friends of the Library. I love to volunteer. I love to give back. And now my passion is advocating for seniors, being one myself. And I would just love to be a part of whatever I can bring to the city and to the senior population as a whole. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
No, but-
Mr. Dietrich, are you here tonight? All right. Ms. Foyle? All right. Mr. Friedman, please.
Good evening, thank you. My reading glasses. I do have a lot of notes. I will spare you most of them, since I can't even read them myself. But the experience I would bring to it mostly falls into my motivation for applying to the position, which is the last 4 years having cared for my 89-year-old mom. I'm also becoming a senior myself very rapidly in my early 60s, and it sounds like a very interesting opportunity to learn more of what the council does, work with the existing members, see how I can help. And also I've been involved in the past with Mount Wilson Trail Race Committee, canvassing with our past mayors, John and John, to pass the tax initiative, and then other fundraisers and events such as the Alzheimer's Association, the Solteros fundraisers with Boys Republic. We've seen some of the senior activities in town, but I think most of my interests in what I would very much like to add is something that I've seen not in my own healthcare, but in my mom's, where seniors seem to be becoming disenfranchised because of the med portals. And that's one thing I've been able to help not only my mom and myself, but others in our community and my friends and family in dealing with. And then also maybe finding ways with the existing senior community council members of how to include our community seniors in some of the events that we participate in, everything from, you know, the amazing Halloweens that we have here to the Christmas hymn march. I noticed for me, I had to wheel my mom backwards in her wheelchair so we could, you know, join in. Trying to read my notes, I'm so sorry. But some of the really interesting parts is not only I've been a member of the community for 14 years, but the inclusiveness and the particular flavor that I think that we could help our seniors here with in being more inclusive, possibly more social activity, and health and welfare issues. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. And
Yes,
should ask
any questions?
the full term or the partial term?
Whatever you see fit. I'm fine with either one.
And Ms. Char, I forgot to ask you that. Do you have a preference either way? Okay.
Yeah, just the participation is thrilling to me.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Heller, are you here tonight? Yeah, great.
Thank you to you. Thank you to you all. I'm really pleased to hear that you had so many applicants because if you find somebody better qualified, please take them. As a senior who's lived here about at least 50 years, I see a couple things. Actually, it's a very inclusive neighborhood, but of course the seniors get excluded because their mobility, their medical needs, and whatnot is mentioned. One of my favorite things is the Gateway Coach, but something to be discussed. But seriously, it would be a great opportunity. I do volunteer now for the Forest Service and for the county fair. This would be new kind of adventure since my kids were little, which is quite a while ago now, to volunteer in the town because I was gone a lot for work. But I would welcome the opportunity. So if it works out, fine. Or if you choose the others, even better. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And no particular preference on either slot. So.
Great. Miss, is it Cador? Cador. Miss Cador? All right, and then we know Miss Tolliver. All right. Thoughts, council members?
This is always the awkward part.
Yes.
Just having to talk about people, especially if we don't really know everybody. I have to say though, for Teresa, we see Teresa constantly involved in so many activities in Sierra Madre. Like at the Kensington for everything. So I know that we're already very familiar, and she's very familiar with what we do for seniors. And so I would definitely help support that decision, since there's not much onboarding as we see, and we know she's already involved in so many things that it would kind of be a like normal transition to that commission.
Great. All right.
I second appointing Teresa. She's everywhere. You see her everywhere.
She forgot to mention she's part of the Rose Float Association as well as in addition to everything else she does. But yes.
I know Ms. Kadur's not here, but as you know, I'm the liaison to the commission. I think she's been at every meeting this year. And she volunteers around town constantly. I ran into her, I was at the bottle shop the other night. She was passing through because she was helping out at the Playhouse, some volunteer position. So I know that she has a heart for service as well. I do like Mr. Heller's presentation, that he's not really that interested, so I think maybe that's a good thing. And I think that kind of personality really does jive well with those that are on the commission, because they're a fun group, and that was a fun comment, and I really enjoyed that. But, you know, everybody we heard from tonight, you know, helping out, Mr. Friedman helping out with all kinds of things in town, reading the applications. We have a social worker. We have a corporate attorney, like Councilmember Krebs here. Maybe be a
litigator, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a difficult decision, Mr. Mayor. I had to sit in that seat once, and now it's your turn in the hot seat. But I think you can't lose with this stack of candidates you have here.
Okay.
I know Mr. Friedman, just from passing and having discussions on ways he'd like to volunteer. So I do know that he's looking for a volunteer position. I'm not sure if this would be the right fit for what you're looking for, or what you would find the most rewarding for things that we've discussed before. I mean, I would really encourage some things like Fire Safe Council and those kinds of things which are coming up, just because this is more like a planning type of thing than an action necessarily. And there's so many other volunteer opportunities too, especially now if you have the time availability. So I might just give that input. I don't know if that would be like what you're exactly looking for necessarily.
Okay.
I would just like to give a plug for Ms. Tolliver. We see her at most events as well, and I know that's, I do feel like we say that it's not required that you come, but then I think we sometimes give a little bit of priority or preference to folks who are able to come, which is great. But I just wanted for someone who wasn't here, you know, I really thought that she would be a strong candidate as well.
You're wanting 3 from us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One
so-
from you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just agreeing with that.
We're doing an initial pass.
Okay.
So give me everything you got.
Okay, well, I definitely agree with Teresa. She's definitely my number one. I found Mr. Friedman's talk compelling. I feel like he just dealt with the issues pertaining to an 89-year-old mother in the last times of her life. I can't think of a person who has a better feel for kind of the things that we're trying to do in the Senior Community Commission than make lives better for such people. So that really touched me. Yes, sir.
I forgot to mention, I'm also fully disabled.
Yeah. And so anyway, I thought you were great. And Mr. Heller as well. I feel like I'm really impressed with the 51 years you spent in the city. I feel like that ought to get you something. You know?
The number of they're adding up the years of residency of these candidates. I mean, it's beyond the age of the city. So that's amazing.
And along those lines, also, I do agree with you about Rosemary Tolliver as well. She's been here a long time and is very active. So there's 4 for you, Mr. Mayor.
So I think, you know, to start with, and I think I've heard other mayors say this before, and so I'll echo it. You know, we are blessed with incredible number of volunteers. It's always very impressive. I've heard other mayors say this is probably one of the worst parts of their job. I also want to encourage everybody that has taken the time to fill out an application to not let this, if you are not selected, to continue to look for opportunities in the city. One of the things, the strength of the city is its volunteers, is what we do here. And I think that's really, really important. So getting down to it, this is a really hard decision. I think the way I'm going to, what my recommendation would be is I'm going to echo those of others, that Ms. Char should be on it. I mean, she's done a really good job. Her work at the Kensington, I think, is a, you know, we can bring them more into the organization.
Quick question.
Yes.
Do we do public comment or anything on this? Do we
we need to do public comment?
Yes, you need to open.
Okay, so then I should stop? Thank you.
I just saw someone turn a card. I don't know if it's about this, but,
So,
okay.
so, Madam Clerk, so we've done questions, we've actually went into discussion, so, do we have any cards for public comment?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close the public comment, so we'll go back to discussion.
Sorry.
No,
Didn't
no,
know.
process is very important, and I always appreciate that, so not a problem. All right, so, we'll have, Ms. Char is one of the selections, and, then it gets really, really difficult. I think, what I'm going to put forward is Ms. Kador. The fact that she's coming to every senior commission meeting this year, I think, speaks very highly, and that she wants to be involved. She's part of that whole organization. I think that's pull her all the way in. Her learning curve will be very short. And then I think for the third part, Mr. Friedman, I think your presentation was really good. Your application also showed a very good sense of humor. I think that would fit very well with the group there. And I think the way I would like to propose this is that Ms. Char and Ms. Kador with the full terms, and Mr. Friedman for you to have the partial, and then the full term. So that's what my recommendation is going to be. And then at this point, I think, do we need to have a motion in a second?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if, let me open it to discussion to see if there's any strong feelings on that, and I'll entertain a motion.
I congratulate you on your decision.
Thank you. And a second?
Are you, is that, was
I
that a
am,
motion?
I'm moving to support it.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And
All
Mr.
right.
Heller, I hope you're going to join the Fire Safe Council,
Come on.
because you do have history with that.
Yes.
And they
Thank
need
you.
board members.
And I think, to that point, when we're looking at this going forward, a request to staff is, don't let these people go. Keep looking at them, and let's find places for them to continue to help out the city. There's plenty of work to do.
I wonder if the next time we do a appointment meeting, if we don't invite some of the leadership from our other organizations in town to join the meeting and recruit from our applicants, because I do think we've talked a lot about how there's so much volunteerism in the city, but a lot of our organizations are suffering from some lack of succession planning, and it would be great for our organizations to know about folks who are looking for ways to get involved.
And to that end, Councilmember Krebs, the Senior Community Commission will be looking into updating the senior master plan, and the hopes is that some of the applicants who applied today will be able to assist in updating that senior master plan. So when the commission is ready to discuss forming a committee for that, they will be reaching out.
Great, thank you.
So we're at 2.5 hours in. Do we need to have a quick break? I know a couple folks have stepped away. Do people want to power through? We just have 2 more items. Quick break.
Let's
or
power through.
Power
Power
through.
through.
All right.
We have a lot of people still here.
Yes, well, that's the other balance I always think about on this. So Senior Analyst Carlson, the traffic surveys and traffic studies report. It is all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I just wanted to let you know that I put together a really quick PowerPoint this time. I'm intending to go over quick summaries of the results of the traffic surveys and the traffic studies. I have in the audience to help me out today Wes Pringle from the Wildan Contractor. He can really get into some of the methodology if needed. And with the consideration of a recusal, I put that intersection at the very end, so we can go through everything else that I feel like we're pretty free to discuss, and then I'll just follow the lead on the recusal process when we get there. So we'll start with traffic surveys. Now, traffic surveys included the 22 segments of roads, and we're really talking about speed limits here. These are the same 22 roads and segments that we have done the last 2 times we've done the study. Woodland Drive was the last one to be added. What this does is it allows our police department to prevail in traffic court for a speeding ticket. If we do not go through this motion, the speeding tickets can be fined or can be turned down. And from what I understand from recently retired Ken Berry, it's just really not a good time when you get all the way down there to traffic court and you don't have this to back it up. So very quickly, with the results of our traffic surveys, there really was not many recommended changes at all. One of the highlights you'll see right here is East Highland and West Highland. That's essentially all of Highland. So there are 4 schools actually adjacent to this. And so I was kind of not surprised to see the recommendation go from 30 miles an hour down to 25 miles an hour. Again, that's all of Highland, east and west. Little bit interesting, again, nothing else is changing till we get to West Sierra Madre Boulevard, between Lima Street and Baldwin. Also a recommendation to go from 30 to 25. A little surprising, I thought, was East Sierra Madre Boulevard, and this really comprises all of East Sierra Madre Boulevard. The segment is called Baldwin to the East City limit. The recommendation was to change it from 25 miles per hour to 30. Staff's recommendation is not to accept that recommendation. We talk about studies. Now, this is a little bit more in depth. It's not just the speed limit. There's a lot of other factors that I'll allow Wes to go into on what happens here. The City Council provided direction to specifically study 6 intersections in the city of Sierra Madre. Real quick summary: Fairview Avenue and North Sunnyside. There is a stop sign on Fairview. There's not a stop sign on North Sunnyside. There's no change recommended. That includes no installation of crosswalk or anything like that. One of the interesting ones we found was South Sunnyside and Mariposa, with South Sunnyside being the larger, more trafficked street, and Mariposa being smaller. They found, and we all kind of intuitively knew, that the stop sign should really be on Mariposa and not the north-south Sunnyside. So that recommendation is made in the report, and staff is supporting that recommendation. North Michelinda and West Grandview Avenue, again, no change, including no installation of a crosswalk. East Grandview, North Cannon, only improve the visibility of the existing crosswalk and bring corners to current ADA standards. And I can get into that further down the road. West Grandview and Wilson Street, again, no change, no stop signs, no additional crosswalks. West Highland and North Michelinda Avenue, no change, no stop signs, no additional crosswalk. And then subsequently, we also had a request to take a look at parking on West Grandview Avenue. So we can go over that. That is, I'm including in the traffic studies because it is a study. These are the locations specifically that were reviewed in our studies. North Sunnyside and Fairview. Again, no crosswalks. Stop sign here, stop sign there. We have North Michelinda and West Grandview, right up here in the northwest corner of Alverno Heights Academy. No recommendations for any adjustments there. West Grandview and Wilson Street, so just on the northeast side of the Alverno Heights Academy, we studied this T intersection. No recommendations for any adjustments here. West Highland and North Michelinda, again, we're around Alverno Heights Academy, this time on the southwest corner. Another T intersection. No recommendations for any adjustments there. There is a stop sign currently. And this is the more interesting part of traffic studying I found. here's your Sunnyside, which is a much bigger street with a lot more traffic. Here's Mariposa going across. The stop signs are currently right here on Sunnyside. I think if you've been on this intuitively, the people on Mariposa are stopping anyhow because it's a larger street. They're not expecting the Sunnyside to have the stop signs. So I think it will really clear up a lot of confusion. There's also a relatively deep drainage gutter on each side too that fortunately people do slow down for. But I think this improvement will be well received.
Management,
Yeah.
Carson, that's what I was going to ask you, because my recollection is that intersection has that drainage gutter, so if you go through that intersection too fast, you're going to take out your oil pan.
Yes,
right?
this way you will be stopping.
So are you recommending, or is the recommendation switching them or having a four-way there?
Switching, I'm sorry, it's a switching them, not actually a four-way.
There's no recommendation to have a four-way there?
No.
Okay.
And again, Wes Pringle can talk about a little bit about the methodology on that. Now, West Grandview Avenue was a really interesting request I had from council. Take a look at this. It's very narrow, and especially in recent months, it had a lot of traffic from the dump trucks clearing the debris. And perhaps that's what put it into our minds. The people at Wildan were asked to look at the entirety of West Grandview. So to be specific, it's Baldwin to Michelinda. And they came up with an idea that the south side of the street would have intermittent no parking times Monday through Fridays. And he can go into a little bit more, but he took a look at the demand for parking as well as the traffic volume, the width of the street. We talked a little bit about which side would be better, and I think there's a little bit of a better opportunity for the south side because you have large parcels without driveways, specifically above Alverno Heights and Sierra Madre Elementary School. So less people would be affected by the driveway in the street. So specifically, they are recommending Monday through Friday again, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., no parking, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., no parking.
Quick question.
Yeah.
When you said that the traffic might be more heavy because of the recent experience with the trucks and stuff like that, when was the date taken? What dates were the measurements taken?
I know that we hustled to get it done before school was out.
My question was it before or
Yeah.
after the Eden fire? Was it before or after the traffic experience?
I believe that the traffic may not have been as heavy towards the end of school, but it was still occurring.
No, my question was that can you remind us all of the date span?
It's like May.
May 2025?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, the date of the actual study?
Of the measurements, like when they measured
Measurements.
traffic.
I don't have it off the top of my head. It's in one of these data sets, but I'll ask Wes to see if he can pigeonhole that. And then we had East Grandview, North Cannon. This one, they didn't recommend stop signs here. They recommended the crosswalk, which is on the eastern side of the intersection, to be enhanced for more visibility. They also talked about the ADA curb cuts on all four of those areas. Now, the ADA curb cuts, I don't know that really answers the question that we were looking for. I've looked at these curb cuts. They are not very old. We have older, curb cuts. ADA curb cuts, the specifications change so rapidly that these aren't the worst. They're also very, especially on the southeast side, very uniquely designed. And a lot of that is because there's no sidewalk on East Grandview. The topography of some of these curb cuts really make them original designs, so the drainage that occurs on East Grandview It's possible that, we could make some improvements with the ADA curb cut, but I don't know that it really addresses the traffic concerns that we have. So in conclusion, it's recommended that the City Council approve these recommendations contained within the 2025 Engineering and Traffic Survey Report, with the exception of raising the speed limit of East Sierra Madre Boulevard, and that the traffic studies and on-street parking management plan on West Grandview Avenue. And with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
So just a reminder, we'll do questions on anything other than East Grandview and Cannon at this time. Questions?
I have a question maybe for our clerk, and you might have no memory of this at all, but previously the reason we looked at these intersections was because of public comment from our neighbors at these areas, not specifically that one, but from all these areas. Mm-hmm. It's hard for me to collect, but I remember a large amount of groups of people requesting the four-way stops at multiple areas. And do we have any, I guess I should have pulled up my own records, but do you have any, do you remember how many neighbors we might have had over this last couple of years that have put in comment about these intersections?
Off the top of my head, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't have that number. I know that we've had some this year, more than other years, but off the top of my head, I can't recall the number.
I think I can, we're talking questions, I think I can answer part of that.
Okay.
When I was campaigning 3 years ago, door to door on Mariposa, from about library all the way out to Michelinda, that was the most common thing people would tell me. They just were thought that intersection was unsafe. They thought there should be some people not being, maybe hadn't been Sierra Madre for a while, actually wanted a light there. But most people who had Sierra Madre sensibilities wanted four stop signs. And they were very, very excited about that idea. First, there was someone talking to them about it in the first place, because I guess it's a pet peeve down there. So I know it's not the only place where there's a pet peeve, because we've all received these, but I know that was a very, very hot one.
Thanks.
Other questions? Yes.
I think you answered already, but just to get it out in the open, I assume, given the locations of these, many of them I think were generated public concern around because they were located near our schools. I assume that the period studied was during school, while school was in session.
That's correct.
And then I guess just because you opened mentioning that having this study was a requirement for the enforcement of our traffic ordinances, I assume even if we don't necessarily adopt all of the recommendations of the study, that maintains the enforceability. Like if we don't take all the recommendations, that doesn't negatively affect our ability to enforce the citations.
Sure. Specifically, we're looking at the East Sierra Madre one, and staff's recommendation is not to increase from 25 to 30. At the beginning of the report, it does mention that the City Council has some latitude within 5 miles per hour to deviate from the official recommendation. Now, there's also some mention of some litigation that's around that, and the possibility that we would have to declare it a safety corridor in order to be able to take advantage of that deviation. If we need to come back and do a safety corridor, or if that is a part of a larger plan, then we can do that at that time.
Thank you. And then I don't know if there was going to be separate a report from Wildan, but I did have a question specific to the parking recommendation on Grandview.
Shame on that.
Hi, Wes Pringle from Wildan Engineering.
Thank you so much. It's kind of a technical question that I thought might be better directed to you. So I know there's lots of theory around traffic, planning, and one of the things I've heard is that, particularly in areas where you have concerns about safety, is that actually counterintuitively to some people, having a narrower street actually can
Slow people down.
encourage more safer driving because people feel like they need to pay more attention. So I wonder, with the concerns on Grandview, widening it, do we think that actually would make it safer, or do we think that having the wider visibility creates a little bit more, sort of has that counter effect of people not being as cautious?
Yeah, well, our instruction was not to look at slowing down West Grandview. It was to look that there was congestion problems.
Okay.
And they thought that, the city gave us our instructions saying that they thought we should look into parking restrictions, making it less congested.
Okay, and then not considering necessarily the downside effect of perhaps widening it, making it a little bit less safe in terms of speed and safety.
Right, we didn't look at the speeding.
Okay.
But I mean, what you're talking about when you're talking about narrowing is typical like traffic calming measure, which you would be doing to slow the street down.
Yeah.
But again, that wasn't the purpose of our study.
Got it, thank you, sorry.
And by the way, the counts were done May 28th and May 31st with the parking turnover.
Thank you.
So that was after the fire, obviously.
I was just wondering too, because that's when some of the schools are out.
Most schools, I think,
Private
are still
schools.
in May, I think.
Yeah, we checked the
Okay.
calendar before we scheduled the counts, and we tried to get them in there before. We didn't have much time, but we tried to get them in there when school was still. And of course, Saturday, I mean, it doesn't matter, but we didn't find any impacts to parking on Saturday, so.
So I think Councilmember Krebs asked my question, but I just want to, I think you answered, because my concern was I brought up West Grandview because my concern was safety during the time when there were trucks, which are gone now. We also had 3 properties in that same vicinity that were having the Army Corps take stuff out. And so my concern was, when I brought it up initially from the dais, it was more about immediate concern about safety of children and residents because of, yes, congestion, but with very large vehicles.
Mhm.
And now that's gone. So what I'm hearing from you, and I just want to maybe hear it again, the recommendation regarding parking is only for congestion and not necessarily for safety.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple questions. So the 22 streets that we've got on here, those are largely our feeder streets, right? So is that why those are selected versus other streets within the city?
I'm not sure if the city gave us the list of streets to look at, or if we picked them.
Yeah, the city provided those streets, and it was the 3rd time that exact same list of streets has been used for a traffic survey.
And so this is kind of like, the grandmother cuts the ends off the ham because, or the granddaughter asks the grandmother why she cuts the ends off the ham, and the only reason she did it is because grandmother's pan didn't fit, right? And it's so why are we doing it? Why did we do it in the past?
Sure.
Is there a logic to it?
Yeah,
Just because we always did it doesn't mean
These streets are
necessarily it's the right reason.
specifically identified in the general plan under the circulation element as being the large streets.
These are the large streets. Okay, that was where I was going with that question. Thank you. Second question is, so if we wanted to be more aggressive, so let's say at the, thank you, the Mariposa and Sunnyside, we wanted to put a 4-way stop in, and so we up here and we say, yes, we want to do that. Can we do that?
Yes, you can. Basically, our study, we were looking at the warrants, we look at the collision data, we look at, the pedestrian counts, the bicycle counts. I mean, we looked at everything we could look at. It didn't meet the warrants for all-way stop. That doesn't mean you can't put an all-way stop in. What it does mean is that if you put in an all-way stop that's not really warranted because of the traffic volumes or whatever, it's less likely the public is going to pay attention to it. But it's your prerogative to put that in.
And if the public doesn't pay attention to it, then is there any liability to, does this create a liability to the city?
Well, you could create a condition where people run the stop sign and it, lessens the safety, but.
Let me address that too.
Yeah.
Thank you. We knew that question was probably going to come up, and Alex and I talked a bit about it. And you can, per our code and per established rules, you can deviate from the recommendations in the study. But we would need to come back with findings on why we are doing it. The last place that this happened was East Highland and North Mountain Trail. And the council really got to the point where they demanded to have a four-way stop. And it was Bruce Inman at the time. We had to go through the motions, bring to findings to make that individual determination. And we can do that too if so directed.
Okay, great. Question, so how is active transportation being considered in this traffic study? Like, you know, we look at this, we want to have a city where people walk, we want to have a city where people bike. How is that considered as a part of this plan?
Well, I mean, that really wasn't the goal of our study. And we were asked to look at those intersections and determine if they needed to be all-way stop or if there needed to be, you know, enhancements done for ped crossing or bike crossing, things like that. I mean, if you do go in and, let's say you put in bike lanes on one of the streets, or, you know, that would be an active transportation plan, or if you're doing enhancements to pedestrians.
So it's not part of a typical traffic study then, is what you're saying?
Not unless that's what you're looking for. Typically what cities do is they'll have a active transportation plan for a large portion of the city. That, you know, is another study that a consultant would do and recommend, you know, based on what they see from the data, you know, where maybe you could put bike lanes in, or maybe you could put in pedestrian crossings or things like that.
And why aren't other traffic calming measures considered in this? You know, things like bulb outs at intersections, or raised crosswalks, speed tables, roundabouts, chicanes. Why aren't any of those, you know, as part of the consideration? Why is it, you know, it seems like at some point it's a stop sign or a speed limit, and that's like, those are the only two levers that we have when transportation these days has all kinds of other different things. And, you know, even our neighboring city, Pasadena, has been putting in many of these things, so like some of the bulb outs and roundabouts and things like that. Why aren't those part of the consideration?
I mean, those are traffic calming measures.
Yes.
This was not a traffic calming study.
Okay.
And that's basically what it was. I mean, if you'd asked us to look at traffic calming in the neighborhood, that's what we would have come up with. We would have said, you could put in speed humps, you could put in chicanes, you could put in, you know, diverters, but that's not what we were asked to do. We were asked just to look at these intersections and if there was anything needed there.
Okay.
So that's what we did.
I mean, and to be fair, I do think the actual report said that they didn't recommend changes, and then they included things like, you know, barriers, or there are other things that they mentioned. They didn't recommend a stop sign or a, you know, some sort of speed bump or other speed calming measure. So the actual report did go into other things that they might have recommended otherwise.
Well, yeah, we looked at the pedestrian numbers to see if maybe it warranted an uncontrolled crosswalk, which we really don't like. But I mean, if you had the numbers, it might have been recommended. We didn't see any of that. But you could also put in like the flashing crossing signs. And we didn't see the numbers for that either.
An uncontrolled crosswalk. What is an uncontrolled crosswalk?
Well, like just like a crosswalk, basically like the one at Canyon and whatever the other street was. But there's a crosswalk there.
A lot of times that's a T at the bottom at Canyon and East Sierra Madre Boulevard. That's a crosswalk at an uncontrolled intersection.
Meaning without a stop sign, right?
Yeah, there's no stop sign, there's no signal.
Got it.
Commonly at T's.
Got it.
But sometimes you have them mid-block.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So a question for staff. So, you know, we're doing this now. We're doing a speed study. I understand the logic for it. If we want to be able to start getting more creative about this and start thinking about it, I mean, my ultimate objective and goal is to see more active transportation in this city, get more people out of cars and on their feet and on their bikes. How would this fit with that? How does this contrast with that? How does this conflict with that?
Sure, and we have a new a grant specialist, California Consulting, and I've already spoke to them specifically about getting a more wide circulation study that would include active transportation. It would include a number of traffic-oriented, you know, parts of a major circulation plan. This data would go towards that. I get to go up to a potential consultant and say, we've recently done this. I get to go up to them and said, we were beneficial, or the beneficiaries of the UC Berkeley study, Safe Trek. So we've started to compile some information that we would want to go towards a more, a larger circulation study. We actually updated the circulation element of the general plan a little bit not too long ago either. Now, it doesn't have a whole lot of recommendations. It's more that, you know, these are feeder streets, these are these streets. It's just more of a matter of fact what we have. But as we're compiling these studies, they will go towards a larger plan.
And so how was the Berkeley study taken into account in this study?
Not at all. Yeah, that was totally separate.
So we've got like these three different things, the circulation element, the Berkeley study, and this transportation plan, and none of them are working together at all.
Well, I don't know that they've been compared against each other, so I don't know if they're contradictory, but they really are components towards a real large major plan that we have down the line that we hope.
So what's our plan for that large major plan? Like I feel like I keep bringing this up and I get little pieces of it, and it's like I'm a little frustrated because I'm like, I don't see the direction that I think it's going to be part of the circulation element. I think it's going to be part of the traffic study. I think it's going to be part of the Berkeley study. And like, it's always like, it's another step away. And it's like, it always seems like there's like another step that's just out there that isn't done. And so maybe I'm not being clear in the direction that I'd like to go with this, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it happen, and
my
so
recent discussion with the new consultant, California Consulting, they identified a Caltrans grant that we could possibly use for the large plan. Up until now, we haven't had the funding to really put it all together.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the reason we did the study is one, because we had to at a certain time point. We have a certain amount of years, we have to update this. And number two, council requested this for the intent of stop signs we wanted to be added to certain intersections, correct?
That's correct.
So if, let's say we're contemplating some type of circulation upgrade, you know, the advent of a lot of electric bikes and scooters, we see not only kids but adults, and they go at rapid speeds, and we want to have a lot more safety. Let's say, and I'm just thinking, maybe Mariposa's one and Highlands one, and those were streets that were studied. Would this study still be viable for those streets, or would we, if we had that as a corridor for bikes and, you know, electric transportation, would we then have to go restudy those streets again for speed, or is this still going to hold?
Yeah, I would just imagine that if we were going to make that dramatic a change on any of these streets, then you start talking about, is it a active transportation corridor? Is it a safety corridor? And there would need to be some additional analysis.
And does Wildan do like a 2-street study, let's say, for instance, for something like that? Or do you have to do full, in order to get you started, you need like?
Typically what happens is you'll get funding, like what are you speaking about? You'll get like funding from Caltrans or from the state or from the feds, and you'll do an RFP. You say you want to do an active transportation plan. You could do it for the whole city, and then consultants will bid for that. Wildan bids on things like that all the time. We're currently bidding on an ATP plan in the city of Orange, and so we'll take a look at what you guys want, either it's a portion of the city or the whole city, and we'll start collecting data all over the city. Counts, peds, bicycles, and we'll put together a plan of recommendations for improving the active transportation in the city.
And with that, if there's recommended. If there is a recommendation, then you would within that report recommend potential speed changes or stop signs or
right.
Okay.
And typically with these plans, there's public outreach. We work with companies that do public outreach, specifically, and they'll go to the community and ask them what they're looking for, what their concerns are, and we'll adopt that into our plan. So I mean, it's a big process. It usually takes a year, and it's several $100,000.
Wow. So we want a grant. Thank you.
I think we are straying off.
I was just asking questions about this report and how it would connect looking forward. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of the same data would go into it that we collected.
Okay. All right. Other questions? All right. So then bringing this back, now we have an opportunity to open this up for public comment. Again, just a reminder, this is public comment for everything except for the intersection of East Grandview and Cannon. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comment cards?
And it's not that we can't do that comment question at
We-
all.
we will do that next.
After you.
Yes,
excuse
I need to step away.
Mr. Mayor, there were 6 emails received by the city clerk's office that were forwarded to the city council for consideration, and there are a number of speaker cards that were received in advance of this item. The first of the speaker cards is from Mary Doyle.
Great, Ms. Doyle.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I reside at 310 North Sunnyside Avenue, so I am the second house up from Sunnyside and Grandview. And honestly, I sincerely appreciate the questions at the end, because when I saw that this item was going to be on the agenda, I thought it had more to do with safety and less with congestion. So I'm here to ask, there's 2 problems right at that intersection, and I'm sorry that it didn't get studied. Sunnyside and Mitchalinda, if you're going to do another traffic study, please include that one. The visibility problem is this, that's immediately remediable.
I'm sorry, could you clarify which intersection? You said Sunnyside
Mayor
and
Post
Mitchalinda?
I'm sorry, Sunnyside and, no, Sunnyside and Grandview, sorry. Okay, did I get?
Sunnyside
And Grandview, okay.
Is that a four-way stop, yes?
Yes, it is, but that's the problem, and thank you for asking. It's frequently run, the stop sign is frequently ran because there's a couple of issues. Oak trees have overgrown in the median, so you can't necessarily see the sidewalk or the stop sign as you approach, going in both directions. So
Is
immediate.
that on Grandview or on Sunnyside?
It's on Grandview, and I think if you drive, you can see it. It says, and also too, where it says stop ahead, that's very faint. And so people are coming, they don't see that, they don't see the stop sign, and people frequently run it. We hear it, we hear the screeches, we hear the running. The other thing I would like to ask about a little bit, so I'm not so concerned about congestion, but the other issue is coming down Sunnyside, there's no stop sign until you get to Grandview and Sunnyside. So it's a pretty, people really do, even though they say watch your downhill speed, they don't. We are a town of walkers, dog walkers, and that is a very popular street for people to go up to the retreat house and use for exercise. So I would like at least some attention to those measures. Also including it in that intersection in another study. And then I have another question about if you're going to decrease the speed on Sierra Madre to 25, is there any concern that that's then going to increase the traffic on Grandview when they realize that the speed limit is higher? Because I believe it's 30 miles an hour, correct?
On Grandview, you mean?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. On Grandview.
Because it doesn't take long for people to realize if there's a quicker way to go, they're going to go that. So I would ask that that be considered as well. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is John Doyle.
Good evening, Mayor Parkhurst and members of the council. My name is John Doyle. I live also at 310 North Sunnyside Drive, or Avenue, one house north of the intersection of Grandview and Sunnyside. I do my own gardening, and I'm out in front quite a bit, and I can tell you almost every time I spend more than a half hour out in front of the house during the day, regular daylight hours, I'm seeing people running through the stop sign, either going eastbound or westbound on Grandview. I have a young man who's working for me who kind of befriended one of the police officers in the area, and they were chatting, and the guy that I was told, my worker told the police officer, hey, you know, you could be making a lot of money here at this intersection because there are so many people that are running the light that he's seen too. So the police officer parked across the street on the southbound part of Sunnyside, and within 5 minutes, his lights were on and he was pulling over someone for blowing the stop sign. He came back and parked there again. Not 10 minutes later, not one, but 2 cars going opposite directions both blew through the intersection. My worker asked him, well, which one are you going to go after? And the officer told him, well, I'm going to go to the westbound one, and I have a colleague down the street who's going to take care of the other guy. So this, the city should know about this problem, the fact that this intersection really is quite dangerous. There's been an accident where some street racers damaged 5 cars at that intersection. Another incident where a bicyclist just a couple months ago was struck at that intersection. So this is a place that needs some attention and some trimming of the trees, better marking, and I would also suggest considering having some sort of light, not quite as bright and flashing as the one at Sunnyside and Sierra Madre Boulevard, but at least maybe a light that can warn people that there's a stop sign there, and maybe a little dimmer at night that doesn't blink and bother the neighbors, so the people realize there is a stop sign and you should stop. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Kurt Young.
My comments deal with the intersection at Cannon and East Grandview.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Lloyd.
Good evening, Mayor Parkhurst and council members. I'm glad to see the city looking at traffic safety. I submitted an email comment that earlier that shared some of my specific questions and concerns, but I wanted to use my time tonight as an opportunity to plead with the council to reconvene the transportation subcommittee that I served on last year, that I think was one of the most effective committees I've ever been a part of, and was filled with people very, very passionate about this issue. And I think that having a committee that could ask the city some of these questions before it commissions a study, that maybe when we want to look at solutions in the toolkit other than stop signs that might actually be even more effective than stop signs, that you wouldn't need to station police at 24/7 in order to achieve the same effect. For example, modern roundabouts, which Pasadena, Long Beach, and some other cities have installed in recent years. And I've seen it for myself. They are very effective. Drivers are forced to slow down to go around considerably, and so there's no running it. You have to. It's concrete. You've got to obey it, right? So anyway, I just want to make a plug for when I was on the committee. Those who served with me will attest. I was a pest about asking for our committee to actually start looking at updating an active transportation plan for Sierra Madre, which is what exists now is kind of ad hoc. I think it's out of date. It needs to be updated, and there needs to be a broader vision within which these studies can go. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Mayor, Terry Buchanan is next.
Hi, everybody. Terry Buchanan, 65 West Grandview. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Thanks for this topic. I tried to take some notes. I thank you all for your time and commitment. I don't know how you do it, because I've been here almost 3.5 hours and I'm like wiped out. But I think the most, in light of what has just been shared and the discussion and the questions council has made, I think the most important thing I can say right now with the time that I've got, that before any decisions are made, we need more surveys, a combination of surveys, a combination of different kind of research and solutions to, for me, what is the most important issue, which is safety in Sierra Madre. I live at 65 West Grandview, one of the most narrow places, one of the people that put some phone calls out during a lot of the truck traffic going on. was treated very kindly by some of the city council members when I called to straight up complain about things. I've lived at my house for almost 28 years. I am somebody who runs on Grandview, walks on I've had 3 dogs since I've lived there, and I've been walking that street day in and day out evenings since the day that I bought the house. I am not convinced that, for one, that the parking that was discussed tonight is going to make anything better. I happen to believe, just off the top of my head, it could create more safety issues. Because as somebody who lives where I live and has to get out of her driveway in the mornings or in the evenings, watches the traffic day in and day out, watches pedestrians have to coexist with the traffic, runners, bicyclers, children walking, people with strollers. The safety of the traffic has become a major problem. And I have seen people go completely around people trying to get out of their driveways with or without space. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty insane. 4-way stops are not necessarily the solution as far as I can tell, because I'm witness to people blowing through them day in and day out at Auburn and Grandview, Sunnyside and Grandview, an unmarked crosswalk at Hermosa and Grandview. It's an issue, and it's only gotten increasingly more dangerous, in my opinion. And I'm not just talking about Grandview. So it's a bigger problem. So I hope before any decisions are made, of course, I'm all about bringing speed down. I'd like to see speed come down on Grandview, because it is this, like, I call it Sierra Madre Freeway. And until there's a bigger picture addressed, I think we're in increasingly more difficult times when it comes to our traffic. So before any decisions are made, please expand the surveys and research so that we can do what's best going forward for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchanan. Madam City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, for 2A of this item, there are no other speaker cards.
Okay. Great. Then we'll close public comment and bring it back for discussion. Let me just make a proposal, because we have a couple of different things. I think we've got speed limits, we've got parking, and we have intersections. So maybe if I may propose that we look at each one of those separately and have those discussions. Does that seem to make sense for folks?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Why don't we start with the speed limits? We've got the 22 streets there, and we've got recommendations on Highland and on Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I can't even remember the last time I was able to go 25 miles an hour on West Sierra Madre Boulevard, so I actually don't feel like that's much of a change. So I don't know which way that cuts really, but like that to me, like west, sort of west of Baldwin, there's a couple places where you can build up some speed, but I mean, I don't actually view that, that section of town as being particularly problematic with respect to speed. There's just too much traffic usually to ever really, but so I personally am fine with the idea of just having some consistency of 25 miles per hour kind of in that general downtown area, and it just creates some consistency with people knowing that that's kind of the general speed limit throughout. I'm not even sure I knew that the speed limit was 30 on that stretch.
All the signs say recommended 15, right? So throughout that area, it look,
Yeah, and then from Lima, it's from Lima to Baldwin, right? And you're driving in front of the police department, you better slow down, right? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't, driving through, especially downtown with the recommended 15, I try to, even though that's not the real speed limit, I try to adhere to it. And if I don't want to drive that slow, I will avoid.
Oh, you'll drive on Grandview, like per our
Well, I have to, because I live on Grandview. Yeah, so no, I think these are common sense. Highland, as mentioned by the presentation, there's a lot of 4 schools along Highland, and that's the reason for that Highland and Mountain Trail 4-way stop that we saw that wasn't recommended. That's very effective now. A lot of kids are walking back and forth. Yeah, I think if we're talking about the 4 recommendations, and one of them being not increasing Sierra Madre between Baldwin and the east city limit, yeah, I'm in favor of these.
I agree.
Me too.
All right. So it sounds like we've got consensus on that item. Let's move then on to the let's go on to the intersections. So we really have one change on that one for this section. The Sunnyside and Mariposa, to flip the stop signs to change it from the north-south direction to the east-west direction.
I find that whole stretch so confusing, and I live relatively near there, and we've been there almost 15 years, and I still can't remember which
Direction.
like which intersection has the stop sign, even though I've probably driven it like 4 times a week the entire time I've lived here. So I think that this is a very common sense change, and I personally think that I think we should make this change, and then in the future when we do another traffic study, look at it again and see if it warrants a 4-way, because I think doing this might actually address most of the concerns. Is my sense, but I don't know. But I feel like this is a good first step, and then to address whether or not it needs a full 4-way.
I grew up there, so I can say I've lived there for 21 years, minus college, and that is it is extremely confusing. People never stop when they're supposed to stop, and they
don't
do
stop.
stop when they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
But the problem is that they don't. There's so many. Sunnyside is so steep and the grade is so
Yeah.
long that you get your speed going even from the other intersection, and they're going straight through it.
You just go through it.
So, and especially up on Fairview, same thing. And I see an increase in traffic happening because we increased schools from a high school to elementary, middle school. So parents are using that thoroughfare a lot frequently. So one of the requests I also had with the neighbors 3 years ago when I was campaigning and growing up in that neighborhood, talking to all the neighbors there, is that it is constantly a speed thoroughfare in the mornings and the afternoons from pickup and drop off, just by nature. And then you come the other way from LaSalle and people coming across town this way. And with the increase of, if we do, have another development at the top, think about how many more cars might come down and then go straight through those stop signs like we've heard at Grandview. So
when I was out campaigning, I talked to that lady in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
The northeast corner. And she was talking my ear off about all the people who go through stop signs. And while we're standing there in her yard, a guy went right through a stop sign. Witnessed it. So, yeah, it's a bad intersection.
And this is the challenge that I have. I mean, I hear Ms. Buchanan's comment, up on the upper part of Sunnyside. There's lots of places. This is a hilly town, right?
Buchanan's live on Grandview.
Oh, I'm sorry, on
Doyle's.
the Doyles.
On Sunnyside.
My apologies. Thank you for the correction. This is a hilly town, right? And if you don't watch it, you're going to be going 35, 40 miles an hour in some of these places. And at the same time, I'm trying to think through that. How do we get? The idea of roads is to get people from one place to another, right? And you need to have feeder roads. You need to have people get to locations, and so you want to try to direct traffic in certain areas. But it's hard to me because there's some of these places where it's like we're getting more cars and higher speeds, and from a safety perspective, that's the hard part to me, and that I struggle with. I absolutely think that putting a stop sign on Mariposa makes perfect sense. There's questions in my mind about putting more stop signs in different places, right? I mean, if we're coming down these big hills, it is natural to be going very fast. And putting an extra stop in there to slow people down a little bit is only going to increase the safety for folks.
I actually don't know if that's true because none of us are experts in traffic. So I don't actually know if a straight stop sign actually creates a problem in the problem that we just talked about on Sunnyside and Grandview. Like, there's a stop sign there, and people just are going so fast that they just blow through it. So I'm actually not, like, I personally have no opinion on whether it makes the safety better or not, because that's not, you know, I find sometimes traffic stuff counterintuitive, like the way I was saying before about narrower streets being safer because it creates a barrier in people's minds that they have to actually pay attention and go slower. That's completely counterintuitive to what I would have thought, as to, you know. So I hear you.
James would know, about 10 years ago, we added stop signs on Grandview that we didn't have, or were they on Auburn? We added a 4-way stop that used to be a 2-way stop, and it took a while for people to get used to it. They did run through it more frequently because it's like, oh my God, there wasn't one here before. But I would like to say, like 10 years later now, people stop at those stop signs. But there's also stop signs more frequently through those thoroughfares, whereas like Sunnyside doesn't have that.
Yeah, Baldwin and Highland, when they put that one in, I probably ran through it twice
Yes.
because I was just so accustomed to it not being there when they put it in. But I stop now.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Now it's normal.
and, you know, Councilmember Garcia, you pushed for the one at, is it
Oh, the one on Orange Grove. Yeah.
Orange Grove
Yeah.
and Mountain Trail San
There
Carlos.
were a lot of accidents there.
Exactly. So I think, you know, like, we're not seeing, like, that one actually had a lot of accidents. And so you're right, Councilmember Creeps, is we're not traffic engineers. We don't know that, but, you know, and I hesitate using anecdata. But
Yeah, that's the problem too, is we all have like location bias, right? Because, like, you know, I mean, nothing against the Doyles, but they've experienced what they've experienced on their street, and so they think it's extra dangerous, which totally makes sense. I mean, I live on Lima, like on northbound side, like no one's going downhill, but people are still going 35 miles an hour by the time they get by my house, which is only a block up from. Like, so we all have kind of our own like sense of things because of where we live, and that's super dangerous. Because but I don't know that that's actually like empirically true as compared to other places in town, because I don't have that bias.
So the first thing I asked for, by the way, when I got reelected after having had all those conversations all over the city, this was during the end of COVID, and yet traffic was the biggest issue I got from people. It wasn't development, it wasn't anything else. It was traffic in all parts of the city. And so I came back into council, and we had conversations about upping police patrols, particularly some of these intersections. And I thought that we had an agreement on that. But I think there was staffing issues and funding issues, and I just don't know that we've ever followed through on that. But it seems to me like that might be part of the solution, is to put a little bit more money into our traffic police. And I'm sure they've got all sorts of tricks up their sleeve that I'm not aware of. But just having a car out there, I think Mr. Doyle's testimony is pretty clear. You put a cop out there, and all of a sudden, people are going to say, "Wait a minute! I saw a cop out there yesterday. Do I go through that one?"
But here's the problem.
And unfortunately, Officer Berry has just retired. He was
Yeah.
the infamous one that I think everybody knows and has
He's a
gotten a
buckhead.
ticket from at some point in time.
I wonder if a study would help that, understand that. Is it an enforcement thing? Is it a hardware engineering, an engineering concept? Like, we're not the experts, so that's why we would do that. How about we propose this? We accept these these changes to these intersections, and then we, excluding yours. and then
This intersection, so
this-
it's one intersection.
Well, I would say Fairview Avenue, no, we would accept Sunnyside Avenue, accept that, and then we would look further, we would give guidance to the city to look further at the other intersections of Fairview Avenue, North Sunnyside.
Like, to look at it how, though? I mean, this is what we did, so what would we
Because
ask?
I want more.
More
So
what,
if we
though?
accept this now, at least we get a little bit. But if we reject it all, then then we have to go to another study, is what I heard you say, correct? We can't just tonight say, I want a 4-way stop here. Right, James?
Sure we can.
No, I think we can, yeah.
Sure we can.
No, I think.
I've done it over
James
when
said-
we
James
did
said
Highland.
We have
I
findings. We
voted
have
for that.
we have to have
Yeah,
findings.
he said we
can't
have to
do
have
it tonight.
findings.
Well, we could direct staff to come back with findings for it.
Yeah, it's essentially to go beyond the recommendations, you need to have findings.
See, that was my thing. We can't just say that.
Well, okay, but that's not what went down when we voted on the Highland issue. management and Carlos. What we did that night was we took public testimony, and at the end of the public testimony, we were told by the traffic engineer and staff that they didn't need a stop sign there, and we voted unanimously for a stop sign there.
Do it anyhow.
So that's right. So it seems to me like the findings issue must have come after the fact, but
it's possible.
we were also
Yeah.
told by staff and by the attorney that if there was an accident at that where we put that stop sign, if there had been an accident after we put the stop sign in, there are lawyers that actually troll these things, and they run to the people in the accident, and the first thing they check is to see if there's been an engineer study supporting the existence of the stop sign, and if there isn't, the city's automatically sued. Has that changed?
No, I think
we heard that, and we went ahead and voted for it anyway.
I think City Attorney and Gary Gosselin and I talked about that quite a bit. And so if he's still available to speak on that, I'd invite him to do so.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So when we looked at this, I just have to pull up my email correspondence. But when we looked at this, the vehicle code says that any stop sign has to be pursuant to regulations adopted by the Department of Transportation. And the Department of Transportation's regulations are summarized in the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And that manual lays out a set of findings that need to be made in order to install a stop sign. And so it's my understanding, based on that manual, that it's okay for the City Council to disagree with the engineer's report, but they'll have to make those findings found in the manual in order to justify the installation of a stop sign at a specific intersection.
Can I ask a question? Has that changed since the Highland and Mountain Trail decision?
Let me check.
That was
when-
probably, what,
I don't think so.
2015,
Probably not.
2016?
Maybe that's why they went back to make the findings after the vote.
Probably. There was no discussion
Yeah,
of findings outside of what
this
we were counseled by the
regulation
traffic
appears to
engineer.
be- This manual was published in 2025. I imagine an earlier version of this also had that same provision, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
Just, from my recollection, the issue there was all the kids that were walking along Highland to the middle school. And that there were lots of instances where the kids were crossing Mountain Trail and cars were just zipping through there, and there were all these near misses. And we had probably maybe 15 different families, mainly mothers, testifying that their children had almost been killed at that incident. So, we're hearing from some people. I know that Terry Buchanan has told me over the years that she's dodged cars running the stop sign at Auburn and Grandview, and I've heard from others like this. So my first reaction is, I like to support what these findings are. I'd like to vote for these things. As a partial, I really think we need to talk about this in the larger context of public safety. We're very proud of our police department. They do a great job. I think we have a great asset there that we should be putting to better use in this area. I'm not sure how to do it. Maybe we should agendize a future discussion over that.
So that was my point. Can we accept it as is and ask for an enhancement, or do we have to, can we ask for what we want now
I
and
think
then
what you're
they find
talking
the
about is a
findings?
completely different type of study.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
what
what
I was going with.
the man from,
I
the old
wasn't,
man
I
from-
just wanted to find out the findings.
Yeah, but the traffic's, what was
What
this?
findings do we need? What is this list of findings, I guess, to
Oh,
validate?
I see what
to
you're.
validate
Oh, yeah,
our
it's
request.
like the ones that we had to find for the stop sign on Orange Grove and Mountain Trail. I mean, there's like 5 different, is there it's some of these kinds of things, right? Like is there enough actual traffic, pedestrian or or cars? Have there been accidents? Like there's a whole list of things to actually validate
right.
that that's the candidate. Because I mean, otherwise, we're just responding to people's concerns, and people are always going to be concerned about the intersection nearest to them, right? I mean, or the ones that they have the most experience with. And so then we're just going to end up with a 4-way stop at every corner in the town because we're just going to be responding to people who happen to come to tell us that they have a problem. And I think we need to be more systematic about it, like instead of
agree.
just putting a four-way stop at every intersection because everyone thinks that their intersection is the most dangerous.
But I don't think that in this case, the reason we picked these was because of repeated history over plus 10 to 20 years of the same complaints at the same intersections.
Right. I mean, what we're hearing from people tonight, I've heard this for some time. So we've been kind of waiting for this study. We have it. I feel like it's some of the things they're recommending are probably going to help. For instance, Mariposa and Sunnyside, I think that's worth experimenting with, flipping those stop signs. Like you say, Councilmember Lowe, if it doesn't work, we can come back and revisit it.
I'm just very nervous about removing a stop sign.
Me
That
too.
just-
Yeah,
that
yeah,
really,
yeah,
really,
I get you on
really
that,
nervous
too.
about that.
Me too.
Yeah, I would rather.
I don't
add it-
mind adding,
Yes.
but on that, but removing, that
Me
makes me
too.
nervous.
And that was my point of what procedurally do we have to do that? Can we say tonight,
that's
we
the
want to
recommendation.
That's a recommendation.
No, not
to keep
removing.
it? No, we can do it.
Adding.
No, we are removing because we're moving it from
Moving
one.
it
No,
from-
we don't want, I don't want to
Yes.
remove it at all. I do not want to remove the stop sign on Sunnyside.
But you want to add to
I want to
Mariposa.
add and on Mariposa.
You want a four-way?
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Well,
That's
so
what
do
I'm
I.
asking.
So do
Yeah.
I.
So my procedure point
Okay.
is, can we as a council request that approve that, vote on that, and then they find the findings? Is that what happened with Highland? I don't know, I wasn't on
That is my
council.
recollection.
Well, the findings were already there at one point in time because there's a stop sign there right now. It's like we're not
Maybe.
the,
I mean,
the
we
one
have
where
to-
we're adding, there's been
Okay.
findings, and the one that we're talking about removing, it's already
Okay.
there. So there was already, you would think there were already findings,
So I
right?
think the city manager
Not
has.
based on
had-
history.
So,
let's-
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and this
Yes,
might be
please.
a procedural question for the city attorney or Mr. Carlson, but could we do the stop signs? Could we add the stop signs tonight and then come back and make the certain findings? Or is it a better process to come back with the findings and add the stop signs at that time?
I think that's the better process in my
Well,
opinion.
let's
That's a
get the,
question.
yeah, that's the lawyer.
In my opinion, I think you'll have to make the findings first, as you always would, when you issue some kind of permit or you want to justify something. I'm looking at, now I don't know, I'd have to check with Wildam because I've never had to justify the erection of a stop sign. But I'm looking at the manual that is published on the DOT's website. And it does lay out a number of different findings that need to be made in, for example, vehicular traffic volumes on through street or highway exceed 6,000 vehicles per day, or a restricted view exists that require road users to stop in order to adequately observe conflicting traffic on through street or highway. So I think it's worth the city council at least considering these different, I don't know if they're elements or they're factors. I still have to look at the test, but before they make any decision. So I recommend bringing this back.
So what I would suggest then to the council is you provide staff with direction on those specific intersections where you'd like to add those stop signs, and we'll go back and work with the consultant and figure out what the appropriate criteria is to make those specific findings.
So of the 5 that we're looking at here, it's very clear that we've got consensus to look at Sunnyside and Mariposa. Are there any of the other 4 that council would like to have go back and look at again?
Well, I don't know what I mean, Mitchell, Linda, and Grandview is definitely an obstructed view. I think maybe because a lot of people aren't following the daylighting rules, because I make that drive every day taking kids to the high school. I have to get my car way out into Mitchell, Linda, and I have to look north to see if anybody's barreling down on the Pasadena side, to then merge into that lane.
Yeah.
I'm very careful, but all it takes is me looking left again, and then, I mean, I don't know how many accidents there have been there, but that's a very, especially a drop off and pick up, that's a very unnerving intersection because of the lack of visibility. I don't know what the.
I think the study.
I don't know
showed
what
that
the
there haven't
solution
been
is.
That many collisions. I mean, that's part of the findings of this study is the number of collisions at these intersections. So I
This is Mitchell, Linda, yeah.
Yeah, no, well,
Yeah,
Highland
there-
and Michelinda's on this list.
Yeah, yes.
So I'm just saying that we should stipulate that if there is a no change recommendation, that means that there haven't been multiple accidents, because that is part of the findings
It
of this
seems-
study.
yeah.
Well, that's interesting because it says 0 crashes, but I was actually next to a crash that happened right there, but the car ended up further down out of the intersection, so maybe it's where the car ended up.
I also don't know the
It was a bus.
timeframe.
Well, it was a year ago.
There was a bus that
That's
was,
right.
yes,
Crashed.
but it was coming the other way, yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
and
Madre
I guess,
bus.
I wonder if the question is if it's coming from the northbound side, is that in our stats or is it in Pasadena's stats? So
You'd
do
have to
we-
do what you did on Orange Grove.
You mean the southbound side?
I'm sorry, yes, thank you, southbound side. Yeah, so on the southbound side, I mean,
You'd have to do what we did with Orange Grove, because Orange Grove is half Arcadia.
okay. So is there thought of throwing that one back in and have another look at it and potentially working with with Pasadena to see if that one warrants a further study? Okay, so
Okay.
we've got,
As well as
Because
Fairview Avenue and North Sunnyside.
On Mitchellinda, there's no stop sign from the top of the hill all the way down to the stoplight, right?
okay, so now we've got 3, Fairview
One,
and Sunnyside.
2, number 3.
If we're gonna
Sunnyside,
do Fairview and Sunnyside, then we should have it include a projection for increased traffic based on the Meadows, development.
Agreed.
okay. Grandview and Wilson?
I don't think that's an issue.
No.
Highland and Michelinda.
I don't think,
I think if you fixed Grandview and Michelinda,
Yeah.
that would also.
Yeah,
address
That's- Otherwise you have
that-
stop.
That's kind of my thought as
It's
well.
a similar issue. You're experiencing people with high speeds coming down the
Right.
hill.
But
So
if-
it's.
But if
hard
you
to-
do, if
But
you
if they
address
have
it
it
at
at
Grandview, then, yeah. Okay, so I think we've got, what I'm hearing here is we've got 3 to look at. It's numbers 1, 2, and 3 on slide 3, Fairview and Sunnyside.
1, 2, and 6. No, sorry, you're right. Sorry, no, you're right. 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Sunnyside and Mariposa, and North Michelinda and West Grandview.
And whether or not we want to remove the stop sign, because it's a recommendation to remove the stop sign
Right.
from Sunnyside.
I don't want to.
Right, I think.
But
that-
we need to have findings, it sounds like.
Yeah, the council's direction is
No,
that we want a
that's-
4-way there.
Oh,
Oh.
they want to remove it. That's in the traffic study.
Yeah, they
Right.
want it
We
removed.
don't need findings. That's
This is the
already.
finding.
that is
No,
the
but we
finding.
wanna keep 'em.
Maybe we don't have to, maybe you're right. Maybe the findings that originally put that stop sign there are sufficient enough to keep it there.
And just add the
And
two
they
We
that
don't
they
know what
recommend.
those are, though. And it sounds like they've already.
Why would we have done, why would we
Because
deny?
they did it before. We just heard that they did it, the one on Mountain.
But
Trail.
that one's been
They
there
were
for
putting a
over
stop
20,
sign-
30
they were
years.
putting a stop
No,
sign in.
More than that.
These are existing, this is an
Yeah.
existing stop
That's
sign
an
we want to
existing
keep.
stop sign.
Well, it sounds like we should put
So let's ask-
change in abeyance on that one then,
Yeah.
right?
So let's ask Wilden, do we need to have, so on that one, since you're removing one and adding one, how does that work with can you tell us about the California Vehicle Code, or do we need to turn to our lawyer?
Well, basically, it's in the MUTCD that the higher volume street should have the stop control and the lesser volume street should have the, the higher volume should have no stop control and the lesser volume street should have the stop control. So it's per MUTCD to make that recommendation, to take out the stop sign that shouldn't be there and put it on the other street.
We don't want that, though. So what?
Well, I understand you don't want that. I'm just saying that's,
But
it's
wouldn't it
backed
be
up by the
validated?
MUTCD.
Wouldn't we be validated to not remove a stop sign and not have to find more validation for that or more findings? Because it's already existing. There's an existing stop sign there. And now
Right.
you found findings for why there should be another stop sign on Sunnyside.
Yeah, but that's not what we found. What we found was,
What signs?
per the MUTCD, the stop signs are in the wrong location.
Got it.
Okay,
Okay,
okay, that's very helpful.
that's the
Thank you.
explanation. Thank you.
All right, I think we've got consensus?
Yes.
To take 1, 2, and 3 back to look at potential stop signs at all of those locations.
Understood.
Okay, great. Let's then go on to parking on West Grandview. Thoughts on that one?
So I brought this one up, and as I said earlier, it was an immediate concern because of the heavy load of trucks.
Yep.
And I think during that time, Ms. Buchanan can attest, there was an accident where a car got wedged between her neighbor's wall and a tree, like last month or a couple months ago. So, but we've seen a lot of public comment, emails
Yep.
about slowing down and everything, and anecdotally, I will say across the street from me, within 4 months, 2 cars directly across the street from me, neighbors, the cars were taken out, both totaled, parked cars. And why? Because I'm on East Grandview, where it gets a little more wide, and I know it's anecdotally, and I'm not an expert, but I know when I'm driving on West Grandview, I'm very careful, right? And I'm very careful on the next block because it's my block. But to that point is, I think people, the stress is over, and I'm just going to fly and be distracted. And within 4 months, 2 cars have been totaled right in front of my house. Not saying it's because of my house. I'm saying, and I'm not saying I'm concerned. The concern is because it's in front of my house. Obviously, that is a concern. But I'm looking at what has been said by the residents on West Grandview is a lot of them don't want that parking taken away because they think that the chokehold is actually slowing cars down. If we're looking at public safety, then and not congestion, which are 2 different issues, I think, yeah, it doesn't solve congestion, but it helps with safety, and to me, that's more important.
But also the conditions in which the congestion was at its peak have now abated. I mean, not that we won't necessarily have periods of traffic like that in the future, but like there's no permanent condition that we're going to have this flow of trucks in that way that created, I think, that maximized that situation, right? I mean, it's still a problem if there's 4 cars across. But to your point, and that actually we don't need to be experts, because that's why I asked the question, because I know that is a theory in traffic planning, that if you have narrower streets, people do pay attention. That is actually a proven thing. And so I am actually less inclined to put parking restrictions on Grandview for the safety reasons, even though I know that wasn't the reason why we were looking at it.
And I don't know how to abate. I'm on, again, East Grandview, and it sometimes takes me 5 minutes to get out of my driveway when people are dropping off at St. Rita's and they're going to Alverno, and there's just a flow of traffic that's nonstop from the Mountain Trail stop sign, as we all know. And it's probably even worse on Ms. Buchanan's section, but I think that's just people that aren't stopping and letting people out. And I don't know how you cure that. I don't think there is a cure for that.
Like I said, I'm on Lima, 1 block north of Orange Grove. There's no pickup and drop off. It's just all day, every day. And you just wait until there's a time. And honestly, it's not that much time in the grand scheme,
So I'm in favor of not imposing parking restrictions.
I concur.
Me too.
I also just think it would create a ton of confusion. People won't know which side, and then, I mean, it's just...
And what time and all of that.
Yeah.
And enforcement?
And I think, people have, they don't have enough parking at their house, and then that creates problems for people where they can put their cars.
So I think I'm hearing we've got consensus on the 3 items. So let me see if I can't summarize what I have heard, and then we can entertain a motion. So what I'm hearing is that we are agreeing to the changes, that staff's recommendation on speed changes for Highland and West Sierra Madre Boulevard. That we are asking staff to go back and research further the intersections of Fairview and Sunnyside, Sunnyside and Mariposa, and Michelinda and Grandview, and that we are rejecting the recommendations of parking of parking restrictions on West Grandview.
And if I may add, Mr. Mayor, for staff to go back and do the research for additional findings to add the stop signs at those intersections.
Yes. Okay, the initial findings. Okay. So.
Do we need to make a motion on that?
I think we need a motion on that.
So moved, what you just said.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
You gotta go.
Well, so here's what I understand is that I can go through questions.
Just can't vote.
Council questions, public comment, and then I leave the room for discussions and the vote. That is what the attorney has advised me of.
Is that correct?
Alex?
Yeah. So to clarify, because we have a council member with a property interest, he has a due process right to participate with respect to his property. He can provide public comment, but as a member of the public, but in order to avoid him influencing the city council's ultimate decision, he can participate during public comment, but then after the public comment is complete, he'll have to leave the room, and so he won't be there for the council discussion, and he won't be there for the ultimate decision.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem, I turn it to you.
So we did separate that out. We've already had our presentation, or we're done with the presentation part. You're good with that, nothing else to present. So now we're going to open it for public comment, and I believe we have at least one public comment. And again, everybody, this is for...
I'm sorry, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the screen now. I apologize. I wasn't able to figure out what was happening, but if the mayor doesn't mind just describing or explaining what his conflict is, and then stepping off the dais now, and then going to joining the public in the gallery.
So Attorney Garagosian, I've already joined the people in the gallery, but I will be specific on my conflict. My house is at the corner of Grandview and Cannon.
So, thank you. We'd like to open this up for public comment, for anyone to make a comment about the intersection at Grandview and North Cannon.
Mayor Pro Tem, there are 2 speaker cards for this item, and the first of the second is from Kurt Young.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you, members of the council. I'll try to keep it brief. I might go slightly over my 3 minutes because I actually have some comments direct to the traffic study that are going to require your attention if you want to look at the study also. I live one house down from the intersection of Cannon and East Grandview, on Grandview, just to the east. I think it's a very unique intersection in that we have a very steep gradient coming, if you're coming westbound from Santa Anita to that intersection. You cannot actually even see the crosswalk until you're basically at the east end of my property. I'm the second house in. So, I mean, if cars are going faster than the speed limit, which a lot are, unfortunately, the Sierra Madre Police Department's study that was done at that intersection 4 years ago showed that 60% of the vehicles over a 5-day period were going over the speed limit through that area. So we have fast traffic. It's not going 30 and less for the most part. Crosswalk's not visible. There are signs pointing to the crosswalk that are visible, but the crosswalk itself is not visible until you're almost upon it. We have a middle school that's 1.5 blocks to the south on Cannon. Kids are going back and forth across that street morning and afternoon. When they're coming home in the afternoon, they confronted at that crosswalk with a 42-inch hedge that blocks the view of traffic coming westbound on the street. They literally have to step out into the crosswalk, into traffic, to be seen. That's not right. It just isn't. And I don't know how you can fix that by, highlighting the crosswalk more than having the 2 signs that have been there already. We have horns honking there every single day. As one member of the council said at another intersection where he has to ease out into traffic just to see up and down the street, you cannot see traffic coming up that gradient unless you ease out on Cannon, whether you're going north or south. And the people that are flying up and down Grandview, they're honking their horns because they see somebody edging out into the street. I don't know how you control that unless you consider the possibility of putting stop signs there. The traffic at the intersection, the study, I don't think really appropriately addresses East Grandview traffic. If you look on the internet version of the study, page 46, that deals with East Grandview from Baldwin to Santa Anita, the traffic study, the speed study, was done in the block between Baldwin and what's the first cross street there?
Mountain Trail.
Mountain Trail. That's a 2/10 of a street section there with stop signs at each intersection. you can't pick up much speed there. You might even be able to see the stop signs from one to the other. If you get east of that intersection, you've got a whole almost mile stretch of road with no traffic calming, no stop signs, and everybody's hitting the gas and
Mr. Young, I
going.
hate to do this to you, but you are at the 3-minute mark.
I know. Also, for the intersection itself, the study doesn't take into account the relevant timeframes when high traffic is there.
You can have someone else speak the finishing parts of your findings if you'd like. If you had somebody else that knows what you're going to say, wants to speak, can come up and speak.
I
that was my hint. That was my hint. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie Young.
You are.
I am Debbie Young, 391 East Grandview. The point that he was going to make about the intersection was, help me, what?
The study doesn't take into account school let-out time.
Yeah, that's right, yes. So the study was done, I believe it was like from 6 a.m. to noon or something. It did not account for the afternoon traffic of kids coming off of the middle school, and that isn't taken into account of. And I also want to just comment on the number of electric vehicles that kids are driving that are flying down the street without helmets, and they are not going 30 miles an hour, I can guarantee you. And when you also see the same thing with the bicycles, the scooters and the bicycles. So we definitely need some calming in that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Youngs.
Mayor Pro Tem, the next speaker is Robert Parkhurst. Not used to saying his first name.
Good evening. My name is Robert Parkhurst, and I live at 375 East Grandview Avenue, which is at the corner of Cannon and Grandview. My home office faces Grandview, giving me a front row seat to the intersection being considered. So yes, I do have a confirmation bias for that intersection, as we've discussed today. I also frequently drive to my house and cross Grandview at Cannon. And finally, if I come home from the east, I'm coming down Grandview from Santa Anita. And each of these three experiences gives me a perspective on this intersection. Starting with the traffic between Santa Anita and Mountain Trail, as we've discussed, there's no stop sign along this route. It dips down to a low at Oakview, and I find I personally have to pay attention to my speed as I come down there and coming back up the hill to make sure that I'm within the 30 miles per hour speed limit. It's similar to other places we've been discussing throughout the city. The crossing at Grandview and Cannon is particularly difficult because it's hard to see that eastbound traffic. If you're coming up that hill, you need to ease your nose out into traffic. You've got that dip in there for the water conveyance, the stormwater conveyance, and it's very hard, and you routinely get honked at or hear honking at that intersection. So often I try to avoid that coming up Mountain Trail to be able to avoid that intersection because if I'm coming across Cannon there, it's very hard and quite stressful. As I said, I work in my home office, look straight out at that intersection every day. I see the near misses happen routinely. I hear the honking of the northbound cars as they're trying to see if it's safe to cross the intersection. I see students and pedestrians hesitate when entering the crosswalk because of the speed of the cars coming down Grandview. The one accident that was there, I actually witnessed that accident in December of last year. A car was trying to turn onto Cannon and was T-boned in that intersection. There was a middle school student that was in that car, and thankfully no one was seriously injured on it, but that student was sitting on the curb for 10, 15 minutes just trying to compose themselves to get enough, to be calm enough to be able to go to school that day. As my neighbor Kurt mentioned, the speed on this stretch is I question it. It's done between, as we said, between Baldwin and Mountain Trail. which is not the fastest speed of that section. So if we're looking at speeds and we're trying to look at assessing the speed in that area, we need to be looking further east of that intersection. So I think, we need to think more broadly about this intersection and what the opportunities are, and consider some sort of traffic calming measures there in either the short or the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else for public comment? Did we receive any emails from this intersection?
There were several emails that were received and all were forwarded to the city council. At that time, the item had not been split, and so all the city council received all the emails.
Okay.
As they were.
Thank you. And moving on, then we'll move on to discussion. Anybody want to start?
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, can we just indicate that Mayor Parkhurst has...
Oh, yes. Mayor Parker has left the area, and he cannot be a part of this discussion or hear what's being said.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So there's a couple things. Go ahead.
Seems to me that we've already created a path for considering remediation beyond what was in this study, right? So I mean, it seems to me like the most effective and efficient way to deal with this would be to put it in the same bucket as we did the 3 intersections that we spoke about in the last portion of this agenda item.
Yeah, and I think to some of the comments that we heard, my children would walk to the middle school, but occasionally I would drive. But the instruction from the principal driving was to head northbound on Cannon, and so your only other option is to make a left at Laurel or a Grandview if you have to get back to the west side of the city. So if it was studied at that time, you would see just a line of cars trying to nose out into Grandview during drop-off, because that was the instruction from the principal of the middle school. That's the flow of traffic. And I was surprised when we had the traffic study not to see one of those. And maybe there was different devices, but I saw those rubber strips that people drive over all over, but I didn't see one there, and I knew the traffic study was going on. I was surprised to not see something specific to that really at that intersection. But maybe the technology is completely different, and I'm being misled by my ignorance. But I think a little bit more generalized study of that intersection, because of all those safety concerns with the middle school and the timing of things. It's not all day, it's just at specific times during the day. All day they're speeding because you're going downhill. I
don't want to create more problems but honestly, if we're talking about middle school traffic, I think the intersection at the Boulevard and Cannon is way dicier than, because there's
actually pretty crazy.
Because they're forcing everybody to go
and
up
because
there.
there's a lot more. I just think there are more people, pedestrians, approaching the school from the south than coming southbound from the north. I don't know. I mean, I did drop off for many years there. There were very few people dropping off north of the school and having kids walk down, and so at least at drop off there was not that much interaction with the kids, on Grandview, unless you were exiting, as you said. But that crosswalk at the Boulevard and Cannon, and the way that parents are trying to get into that car line, I mean, that scares me as much or more than the Grandview intersection, because there's just so much more volume.
I can attest to, since even before that, when Mayor Nantha was a campus there, that the speed issue going along Grandview, it's not just the grade, it's the fact that cars are going so fast going down the grade, and they don't have, now that the dip has been flattened out. In the old days, you would slow down because the dip would annihilate you, and the cars would fly off and hit houses.
Good
So
old
now
days.
that they've
The good old days.
now that they've flattened out the dip, you could go faster and you don't stop because you're not going to slam. So it's even faster speeds than it was when Mayor Nantha was there, and we see it constantly. The neighbors all along there talk about how fast these cars are going. And I think it's not just like the other intersections that we talked about earlier, because this is walking safety more than anything.
That's where the soapbox derby was, because you could get such high speed.
Yes, exactly. It's the only road you can get that much speed. So I would agree that this one is even more dicey, I should say. It's like the Highland stop sign that got put in, which does have light. Does it have lighting? I'm pretty sure that one there does have lighting, even though it's in a residential area.
Well, are we saying we don't want them to do what they're recommending? We could
We
do
want-
that and then go beyond that.
Yeah. So they're
I'm
recommending.
not so sure.
I agree.
Are we ready to ask the staff to look into findings for a four-way stop?
Yes.
For that one?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say a four-way stop. I would say calming measures, right? Because I'm not, like, again, we're just doing what we think, and I think there may be ways of reducing speed coming in. I mean, just like you were saying, like when there used to be a dip in the road, there was slowing because people were interested in not damaging their car. So there are other calming measures short of a full four-way stop.
And what were the recommendations on increased visibility of this? Was it, because sometimes they have these raised? I don't know. Was that one?
There's a hedge there. I don't know if it's on private property.
They're saying increased visibility of the crosswalk. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
because of that property there is just, there's like a stone wall in the hedge.
Could one of either Wildan or James?
Your call has exceeded the maximum permitted duration.
Oh.
You will be disconnected.
No surprise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Alex, sorry.
Oh, Alex.
You have to call him back. Is Oscar still here?
Oh, I got him right here on recent calls.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, basically what we're talking about is the ladder types, which we call high visibility.
Ladder types.
Well, so instead of lines going this way, they go this way,
Oh.
like a ladder across the street.
Yep, back, thanks.
Yeah, I used to be from City of LA. We use them all over the place in City of LA. And typically when they're doing a new development and they're making improvements to an intersection, we always ask for high visibility crosswalks.
So we could then approve that measure and that recommendation, and then also recommend city staff to look into how to slow down
Calming measures.
/ whether it be a stop sign there, like we did on the other intersections.
Although I do think Annalise Carlson brought up the ADA issue on these corners, that it sounds like that might be a difficult, that they are, I guess I was not sure, are they currently at standard? I mean, we're not in violation.
They were built to standard when they were built.
Oh.
The standard evolves quite quickly.
Oh, I see.
Got it. And that could also, in terms of equity, I feel that that's a need for students that might have disabilities, that would like to walk to school or like to bike to school or whatever. I think that should be included as well. What do you guys think?
Yeah, sure.
Who wants to quote that motion?
I think we're just moving to accept the recommendation with respect to the intersection of Grandview and Cannon.
And
add that intersection to our further study.
For possible
recommendation.
addition of stop
Correct.
signs.
For calming
Or
measures.
additional calming measures, yeah.
I'll second Councilmember Krieb's motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
And it passes. As
Good
is,
vote.
as stated, aye. Sorry.
That is the danger of running the meeting.
And can someone invite Mayor Parkhurst back?
All right.
All right, we will wait for the mayor to continue to item number 3 on discussion.
Just go ahead.
All right, so item number 3, consider it's good practice for if I ever have to do this, because it's very nerve-wracking. I like it at the end when
We'll
there's
have
not
to
so
do
many
it.
people here.
You have to do it, my dear.
I can jump right in. So it's the consideration of the meetings in November and December. City Clerk Aguilar, could you present a potential alternative meeting schedule?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome back.
Thank you.
The city council meetings on a regular basis are scheduled to meet on the second and fourth Tuesday of every month. The month of November is a little unique because the second Tuesday of November is a federal holiday, Veterans Day, and the fourth Tuesday in November happens to fall during the week of Thanksgiving. Traditionally, the city council cancels the fourth Tuesday of the month in November to allow staff to travel and to allow their constituents and also city council members to travel and spend time with their family during that holiday week. And because those two, the second and fourth Tuesday in November, present a unique circumstance, city staff is recommending that the city council cancel both regular meetings and schedule a special meeting during the month of November to conduct city business. Along with that recommendation, staff is requesting that the city council authorize city staff to pay all necessary warrants during that time. And in addition to that, the December meeting is very similar. There is one meeting scheduled at the beginning without conflict. However, the second meeting in December is the same week as the Christmas season and other holiday seasons during the month of December. So city staff is recommending that the second meeting in December, the regular meeting, be canceled, and that the city council authorize staff to pay all expenditures during that time. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Does staff have a recommendation or preferred date for the special meeting in November? It seems the 18th would be the logical.
Yes, ma'am, that is the recommendation. It is the third Tuesday, and so it's in between the two Tuesdays. The first Tuesday in November was contemplated, but it's the week right after the meeting that you already have. And so the third Tuesday would suffice.
So November
If that
18th?
suits the council, November 18th.
Okay.
Okay.
No?
We'll get to discussion on it. Other questions?
Would it ever be possible also, because since we switch our mayorship around December 9th, and if we're canceling 23rd, sometimes that ends up to be a very long meeting, which is really hard to do when we're changing mayor over and having ceremonies and doing stuff, and sometimes that's when people are coming off. Not this year, but is it ever been done that we do a special meeting just to swear in or choose the new mayor?
The city council can hold a special meeting if you cancel one of the meetings and decide to change it to a different date, that qualifies as a special meeting. So the city council, if they desire, could cancel the second meeting in December and schedule a special meeting in lieu of.
So that way we're not shorting up the 9th, which ends up happening and we're rushing. And plus, if we're canceling the last two in November and doing only one meeting in November, that's a lot to do.
Well, historically, they've tried to not have a heavy agenda in December. This council has acquiesced to having business on the reorg meeting date, but I think historically that was not the council's
what I would
preference,
like,
right?
yes.
Well, those elections were in April, so we did it in April, so.
Ah,
since-
that's why.
Since we've been doing November elections, we've been doing it in December. We can change it if we want, but.
When elections were in April, the city council would cancel the first meeting in April because that usually was election day. And then the second meeting in April went through. Usually the results of the election weren't in by then and didn't come in until May.
All right,
Right.
so we can do that.
So a question to city manager. So what have we got on the docket coming up? So you're thinking about, how heavy the meetings would be in November and December. Do we need to have 2 or 3 or 4? What's it to be able to make sure we keep the city running and make the right decisions and give you the guidance you need?
Yeah, I think the recommendation in the report is one that I would stand on, at least for the November meeting. Certainly up to the council if you want to keep the December 9th meeting as a regular business meeting and then conduct a special meeting for council rotations. We can certainly take a look at that, and that would be at the pleasure of the council.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be on a Tuesday. It could be a Monday. It could be a
Right.
Thursday, whatever the pleasure of the council is.
Plus that would that make it easier to, because we always have to wait till the end of the meeting usually so that the mayor can finish that last council meeting, and then we have to wait till the end, having family sitting here, so with that.
I mean, we can conduct a regular business meeting on December 9th, and then the subsequent meeting could be the rotation.
Okay.
We could also do the rotation at the beginning, have the ceremony, and then conduct a meeting. Like we had 2 meetings on our last meeting. We had a special meeting where we did the bear report out, and then we had a regular meeting immediately following. So we could do a reorg meeting and then have a regular business meeting with the new.
Yeah.
We'll go into discussion.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We could do it all on the same day.
So you're standing by the recommendation then, what I'm hearing is standing by the recommendation of the 18th, the 9th, and canceling the 2 in November and the 2nd in December.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. All right. Any other questions? All right. Now we can open this up for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do you have any comment cards on this item?
No comment cards, Mr. Mayor,
Okay. And did we receive any emails on it?
and no emails.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public comment, and now we're back to discussion. All right, so you had a reaction to the 18th. Does that?
Because when, like, for instance, when it's happened before, we have the long meeting and then your family wants to take you to dinner, or we went to dinner for yours. And it was like, your kids are sitting here for like 3 hours, 4 hours, waiting, or 2 hours waiting to go to dinner with you.
Right, that's kind of.
Or like when we got elected, like, I'd like to set a precedence in the future for not doing it the same night when your family you won this election, you get to be sworn as a council member.
Go to the bug.
They're sitting here, well, that too maybe, but they're sitting here for so long that the restaurants are closed by the time you want to go out to dinner with your family. So I just.
So do we want to then, that's a compelling argument, is do we want to do a regular business meeting on, say, the 9th and do a swearing in the next week, or later that week, or what's the, that's a compelling reason to me, so.
I guess my only reaction would be, and this is, I think, how it's happened already, right? Because we have so much to do and so many things to consider, and we are often adding agenda items, that we've allowed the reorg meeting to become a regular business meeting. And what I would not want to do to staff is to add another regular business meeting a week after that first weekend. And there's a danger in setting a meeting that's just reorg, and all of a sudden it's like, well, can we also do this, and maybe we could do that, and all of a sudden now we have 2 meetings back to back in December for the staff, and that's what I would really, I would hesitate, just because I feel like we
100%.
would start jamming stuff into that too.
All right, so let me ask a question then to staff, maybe it's the city attorney. Can we bind ourselves in a way so that it's not, I guess you can't bind a future council, but how do we, we can all agree to this, but I can also see that, someone's got something they really want to get through, and we really want to get it done. I can see the pressure.
We're only
put
voting
staff.
on this year, technically.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's.
If we have the special reorg meeting 1 week after our regular meeting, I don't think we have the fear of adding a lot of additional city business, because it's too close together.
That's what I would hope, yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is regular business meeting on December 9th, and then the following Tuesday, which would be the 16th, would be the special meeting for the reorganization of the council.
That's what I'm hearing as well.
We have is there another meeting in Chambers on the 3rd Tuesday? Like, I don't know, planning or?
Planning's on Thursdays.
No, there are no conflicts at that time.
Okay, good. So then what I'm hearing is the proposal is to cancel the 2 regular meetings in November, schedule it on the 18th, and then we schedule it a regular business meeting on the December 2nd and a
December 9th.
Sorry.
9th.
Yes, December 9th, and then December 16th is the reorg. Thank you.
And cancel the 4th Tuesday.
The fourth Tuesday,
December.
4th Tuesday of December.
Okay. I think an easier way to say, I move to have a special meeting on November 18th, no other meetings in November, and then to cancel the 4th Tuesday meeting in December and add the special meeting on the 16th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are on to future agenda items. Before we start discussing future agenda items, I would like to throw a proposal to the council for consideration. In the past, we have let anybody put anything on the agenda, and just kind of there's been general head nodding, but not a vote. I've been advised that in other cities that it's actually items to go on future agenda get voted on one by one, and that they get agreed to. And so I want to throw that out to council for a quick discussion. Is there a preference in one way or another? you know, it's kind of awkward if there's something that you want to oppose from one of your colleagues, but also, we also recognize we're trying to be thoughtful with the time on staff.
Well, if I thought we were being gratuitous about our agendized items, I think that might make sense. I just don't see that. We don't ask for a whole lot.
Okay.
And I generally see nodding heads when people suggest things.
That's what I generally look for, yes.
I'd rather have the discussion and raise opposition in the context of the actual,
Me too.
like, having the information. Like, I may hear something and be like, that sounds ridiculous, but then when we actually have the discussion, having the facts and the presentation may actually, like, inform the discussion versus just sort of your initial reaction. Plus, I think, you know, we all bring to the table something, and I don't know that we need to have a vote on whether something that I'm interested in or you're interested in should make it for consideration.
It's just,
I also
hasn't
think it
been the
just-
culture of the council.
I also think, like, I don't like this whole, like, let's vote on something to vote on later. Like, I think we had that issue a couple meetings ago where we were, like, giving staff direction to prepare something for us to vote on later. Like, I just think that adds
Okay.
more than we need to.
All right.
I think also sometimes we bring up items for future agenda that really don't belong on the agenda sometimes. And then staff takes care of gets that information, and then that's fine. And so if we don't vote on it, it never really has to come back to us because it really wasn't an agenda item. It was maybe just something that a council member wanted staff to look into.
It happens regularly.
Yeah.
Right, where we just get information on the one-on-ones and then we don't have to actually have a full
discussion. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. I thank you for that discussion. So then let's open it up for future agenda items. Any items? Yes.
Well, it's on theme, and we have gotten a number of tonight and before we left on hiatus and a number of emails, and we're already talking about traffic and mitigation measures. I think if we're going to do something more comprehensive around the intersections that we've discussed tonight, I think we do need to consider some strategies with respect to the Highland and Auburn intersection during drop-off and pickup for Sierra Madre Elementary.
Okay.
Either it's crossing guards or some other mitigation measures to help make that intersection safe. I know we don't have the budget to station a police officer there even for a short period of time. So, you know, I'd like to be thinking about maybe more comprehensive, you know, redesign of that intersection so that maybe there's a safer alternative, you know, to help with traffic in that intersection altogether.
Okay.
Mine kind of goes with that. And so part of what, I went to one of the SCAG meetings about a month and a half ago, and it was the SCAG Safe and Active Streets Working Group. It was on June 25th. And they have so many systems that we just need to steal instead of reinventing the wheel of how to help with students going to school and our walkability and students with not wearing helmets and how they get the information out, how they educate parents and families all about that. And I'd really like staff to help use that instead of reinventing and trying to come up with concepts. SCAG's been providing this for us, and they have a working group that has free resources that we can tap into without money that could solve a lot of those problems.
I'd also, as part of that, like to talk to the school district. I mean, we're
Yes.
being told third hand through various things that the school district has no resources for this, but I feel like that should be a conversation at the staff level to see if that's really the case or if there is some partnership to be had here, because we've definitely improved our relationship with the school district at the staff level over the years and have done a lot of good collaboration. So I feel like we should have a little bit more collaboration at that level before we're just being uniformly told that they will do nothing about it.
Because I work for a school district, and I can tell you that they've tapped into funds for SROs as well.
Right.
We should also, we've been receiving a lot of public comment about Grove Street. So I think we should look at, if we're talking about the traffic and circulation, in concert with the potential widening or the widening of Carter, look at Grove Street as far as what the impacts will be and what kind of mitigation efforts can be made to traffic on Grove. I know Lima was discussed, but that was I think Lima and Carter was part of the traffic study, but not sure. But I think we should look at that. And with that, if it's all one project, we should also entertain looking at moving the entrance to Bailey Canyon Park. If that is something that is necessary or viable, if that's all going to be part of one project rather than 3 separate projects. So I think we should discuss and look at that, or have staff at least look at that.
Okay.
Because last meeting, was it last meeting where we voted to, that we're dedicated to redo the parking lot and
Yes.
part of Bailey? Yeah.
I watched it online.
I have one more, sorry.
Please.
It was brought up also this
After I
evening.
just said we weren't gratuitous.
Sorry, I
about
know.
We haven't met in a long
we have
time.
missed 2 meetings, so just
That's
consider
true.
this to be
That's
one per
true.
meeting. And I think it's viable, and someone brought it up tonight as well. I would just like a readout from the transportation subcommittee, whether that's gonna continue in its prior form, whether it's gonna be different, and I think specifically where we're at on the negotiations with the replacement for the Gateway coach. I know that there was a plan well into its completion, and then there was kind of a monkey wrench thrown into that process, and I just would like to know kind of where we're at and what the prospects are for restarting that service, because that was always the intention, is to renegotiate that contract and have a new service provider.
So there's 2 items there that I heard. So there's a readout of the transportation subcommittee and kind of the future of the subcommittee, and then the status of the roundabout.
Yeah, I sort of see them in like sort of the same.
I see.
Yeah.
I part of the reason I said that is I see them as 2 separate things. So that's part of the reason I say that.
Well, we
because-
never had the readout of the subcommittee's
Right.
process with they came back, and so we never got the information.
Okay.
Well, it could, well, I
And-
can't, we
and
can't
to
discuss
ex-
it, but there's
to ex-
a good reason for it.
No, absolutely, 100%.
To expand on that is, I'd like to see, we had this great transportation subcommittee, and it's, like, I don't know if we can continue to have the subcommittee, whether it needs to be rolled into the Natural Resources Commission, or if it's another, I hate to even say another commission, but there's a lot of energy, and Mr. Lloyd was spot on. They got the bus back, and so there's a lot of energy and expertise around that I think we could use. I think the other one, this will surprise no one, but I'd love to see a plan or strategy around active transportation.
Yeah.
I know we don't have the budget to do what we really need to do, but I'd like to have okay, here are some ideas to Mayor Pro Tem's point is that there are some low-hanging fruit, but I'd like to see a longer range vision on this. I'd like to see dedicated, how do we get to dedicated bike lanes? How do we get to bump outs? How do we get to things that we get people on bikes and on the feet?
Who's SCAG? I don't know. They had a lot of those meetings and resources.
Okay. So maybe we can bring some of that
SCAG
in.
conference probably helped.
Oh.
The transportation was not the focus this year, but.
All right, anything else? Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting until Tuesday, September 9th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Oh, my.
Use the gavel.
Yeah.